Hey folks, it's me, it's John, PVG. Hope you're all keeping well, because I'll tell you, you're all looking well. Ooh. Our Heron is coming in and redeeming that coveted last redeem, which I find, I don't know why, I find it funny. Hey Taylor, again, hope you're keeping well, because I'll tell you, you're looking well. We're back for more live stream action, folks. I am very tired. I had to do that thing where I went into town and I didn't have to go into town, which really annoys me.
Better to come in the sink than to sink in the cum.
Andrew, you keep mugs. Let me tell you, you're looking well. I hope you're coming in the sink rather than sinking in the cum. I'm glad that people sometimes find the weird shit I find online. They're like, yes, I do like the stream meme now. I will use this anytime I come in. I genuinely like that because I'm like, okay, I'm resonating with these folks. I find something they find funny too. Just taking some quick painkillers because my head is not great. But yeah, I had to go into town today. Trying to source the game that we're going to play on Sunday, which is Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, which was annoying to try and find because to get this fucking game, I didn't have to go into town. I didn't fucking have to do that. I didn't have to do it because nowhere in the town was selling it. No one, I checked like Argus, Game, HMV doesn't sell fucking games anymore. Forbidden Planet, fucking like CEX, none of these places had it. It's like, oh, that game? No, we don't have that. And I'm like, what? Like, we sold out already, and I'm like, what? You're called Game! You stock games! You're meant to buy hundreds of copies of this game to sell the game. What do you mean you ran out? And they're like, oh, we buy like 20 copies in of any given game these days. I'm like, what? What do you mean you buy like 20 copies for your whole store? What? You're a game specialist store, and it's one of the biggest titles it's one of the biggest titles ever. It's a remake of like one of the most legendary Metal Gear games. You're like, ah, fuck it, I'll buy 20 titles to sort out my store. Are you nuts? Are you nuts? Apparently they're nuts. So you know where I ended up getting it, chat? A fucking toy store. And it was cheaper than Game. This was 50 quid. Game, we're selling it for 65. Argus didn't have it. A fucking toy store had it. Fucking Smith's Toys worked that out. So I had to go to like a Smith's Toys to get it, which was not even in town. Insanity. Absolute insanity, chat. It just so strange that like you go to places that are meant to, like, I mean, admittedly, I kind of used Forbidden Planet as like a Hail Mary hoping they would sell games, but no. But yeah, like one of those ones where actually I want to get the audio in the background because I want to listen to the audio in the background while we're talking, because the audio is pretty badass. The soundtrack to Shinobi's fucking pumping. But yeah, just one of those ones where like nowhere had it, and like I even said to myself, I'll go to CEX because like they won't have it, but like you never know, maybe someone bought it and was like, fuck this, I hate this, and then like traded it in immediately, because that sometimes happens. But like, it's rare. Checked it, didn't have it. Checked multiple Arguses. At one point I went to my second Argus, right? And I was like, I'm just gonna do Stock Finder in the store and see where the closest place has a copy for this to buy today. No where it was. Fucking Dungannon. Dungannon's in County Tyrone. It's the other side of the loch. I'm not gonna travel to the other side of a fucking loch just to get a fucking game. Wild behavior. Wild behavior. Playing Hollow Knight, I think my big issue with the game is that its difficulty keeps frustrating me, and I don't like being frustrated when I play games, so I'm debating with myself if I should continue with it. It's a challenging game. Like Hollow Knight is genuinely a tough game. Like the boss fights are pretty tough. Like pretty fucking tough. And some of the platforming can be a bit challenged as well. It's a tough game. I think a lot of people don't talk about how tough Hollow Knight actually is as a game, because it is. It really is a tough game. Learning an Expedition 33 song on the guitar. Oh, which one? Which one? Is it the Lumiere one, or... Oh, is it Lumiere? If I get into spoilers, because like I can talk to you about spoilers, but maybe in a spoiler chat on Discord, Andrew. But what did you think of the story? Are you still processing it? Are you still processing all of that game? Because that game was wild. Yeah, I'm fucked up too. I need to know, like, I needed to privately know what ending you picked. I privately need to know what ending you picked, because both of them fucked me up, but one had a more emotional fucking demanding energy to it to me. You reminded me that I need to learn the lyrics, and I've been putting them off because French. Oh, do you do vocals, Fridge? I also know most of the story in that game, so watch them from lore years. So you're not really getting much out of it then, from a story perspective. Then, Tilgate, you're kind of just doing it for you're doing it for the sake of playing at this point. I'll whisper you, please do. Please do. I'll wait before we jump in the game, because I want to hear. I just want to be able to react to Andrew's choices in Expedition 33. I love that game. That is so far this year. Expedition 33 has been my game of the year. Story wine, phenomenal. Gameplay, phenomenal. Music, phenomenal. It ticks all of the relevant boxes to me. Game of the generation for you. Oh my god. I've been trying to learn some songs to surprise me. Oh, that's really sweet, Fridge. That's really quite sweet. Wow. You've sent me the whisper? Oh, did you send it all on Twitch? I was expecting it for Discord like an idiot. 1 second, I'll go over to Twitch here. Oh boy, you picked the most emotional. Oh my god, I'm not gonna say it, but you picked the most emotionally damaging ending, Andrew. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. You remember the ending that I went to choose? Okay, so you know the ending I picked, and then I went, oh, well, go watch the other ending to see what the other ending's like. He picked the one I watched on YouTube. He picked the one I watched on YouTube with yous all. Oh boy, I'll DM you, Hunter. I'll DM you the one he picked. I can't even. Hard to hell do you spell that name? Oh, I can't even spell in general right now. Holy shit. Okay, send Hunter the ending you picked. Well, great. I would say go watch the other ending on YouTube. Like, you need to see the other ending. You need to see it. I can tell it's well made game, but all of it and all of that. But again, it's a difficulty. I get that. Like that can put me off games sometimes. Till get like I can come to terms that the Souls games made by From Software are well made games and are well designed games and are incredibly well done games. But sometimes the difficulty in those games just do not necessarily vibe with me, and that causes the friction with me in them. Reason why I'd say well, to begin with because I want to be on the high for sale song. That makes sense. I don't think there is, Fridge. I don't think there is. So Andrew, I would highly recommend that you check out maybe the other ending on YouTube and let me know your thoughts and feelings. I'm gonna switch over to the game. So chat, we're gonna finish this game off today. We're gonna finish off just the storyline of this game, because from what I understand, what you see on screen is the amount of available missions left. These 3 here, plus like another travel section, plus a last mission, I believe. So we're going to whack through this.
Far too heavily on his rail network for weapons
I've been watching someone play Lies of P recently, and I couldn't finish the game. I'm not shocked. Like, that is apparently a wicked hard game.
It'd be a huge blow to his forces if we could undermine
So
E&E
we're gonna whack through Shinobi today, and then on Sunday we're gonna get into eating snakes. We're gonna get into Snake Eater, which will be a fucking blast, no doubt. So, I also need to remember, no eat snake. I'm sorry, but the game is called Snake Eater, and you do get the opportunity to eat snakes. Hunter, that game is not going to be easy for you, because I just remembered, like, you have to eat animals for stamina reasons, because, like, if you eat, when you get harmed and, like, poisoned and stuff, you have to, like, eat wildlife to get yourself back, like, up to health and up to stamina again. And it also, one of your favorite rodents is also on the menu in that game, and I'm just going to give you the early heads up on that. I will attempt to avoid to eat them specifically, but they are an option. I got Lost Suicide today, and I'm going to be playing that eventually. Oh, you gotta let me know what you think about Tailgate. Stinky. Snake Theme is a very fun song to sing. Snake Eater's song is so good. I was talking about this last night, Fridge. See, Snake Eater's song is the best 007 James Bond songs ever made. Okay, what's the buttons in this again? And then it's L1 for these, and then it's... Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, I haven't played this in a few days, so I need to get back into the rhythm of things, guys. But this game is banging. If not very difficult, though. It's banging, but difficult. But in a good way. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, we got fucking... Electro Jones over here. Oh, yeah, I can do a... He fucking regenerates his fucking shield. You shitting me? Okay, can I do the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I'm gonna die here. But does it make a difference? Is it just a click and it's done, or is it like Grim? I can't remember. I know at one point he gets a whole fucking salmon out of a lake and just starts like gnawing into it, which is like a bit weird looking. I cannot remember. I think you do see them like eating some of the animals. I can't remember if you can skip that secret. Like, you can skip the video of that happening. But like he has like a snake on a skewer and stuff. It's from a time period where, like, you know, people are like, wow, this is really weird, and it's like, it is really weird. But where necessary, I will avoid trying to eat that very specific animal, which is, I was just straight up say it right now for folks who don't know, it's a rabbit. Like, rabbits are sadly on Naked Snake's menu. But I'll try and avoid where I can, because I don't need to see the animation personally, you know. So I ain't gonna. Fuck your shield, buddy. Okay, how did I do that again? It's like, yeah, there we go. Forgot he has like multiple abilities and stuff now. This game is fucking great though, chat. You should go fucking check it out. Like, if you like fucking, oh shit, okay, well. Are you serious right now? Fucking hate those stupid things. I hate those flying boys. Hey, Miley, you keep well, because I'm gonna tell you, you're looking well, you're looking fantastic. I just got blasted there for half my health. Fucking sniper, bitch. But yeah, no, I don't need that. I don't need that energy in my life. What I'm seeing there. Oh, come on, you bitch. I forgot I have like vampirism on right now, which means I should be getting like down or health back per hit. I look like a soggy random grot, but I appreciate the kindness. Do I have enough to upgrade my kunai? I keep forgetting I have kunai. But yeah, so we're gonna be snake eating. I say that because the name of the game is Snake Eater on Sunday, and again, just the insanity of trying to like get a hold of that game today. Just like I could have avoided like 2 to 3 hours of like seeking around town and like all the travel that came with that if I just had have like went to the fucking Smiths to begin with and saved myself an unbelievable amount of time. Like, just an unnecessary amount of time. I think I'm more annoyed at just, like, the amount of, like, unnecessary travel that I put myself through. Chuck that going at me, bitch. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good Friday, though, so far. It is one of those ones where I guess in a way I had a walk, yeah. Like the thing is as well, like I had to get downtown. I had to like update my because they brought out a new fucking bus app to release the old bus app to get my bus ticket, which was like kind of annoying because like it didn't really like look any different from the old one. So they ostensibly just updated the app for some unbeknown reason to me. And that was a whole headache at the bus that made me miss like 2 buses initially to initially get the bus, if you know what I mean. And so like that was a whole thing that was like frustrating. And then sure enough, like going around to like 6 or 7 different stores to try and find the game that I couldn't find, and then go into like South Belfast on a whim because there's like a Smith's Toys in South Belfast to get it, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. All the while kind of torturing Totanium because like he's been playing it, and I don't know if I want to do the Rift. I'll do it because I've not tried the other thing. Looking up grot because I don't know what it meant to find out it's a British slang. I don't think there's even a language. I didn't even know the language of my people. You never heard the word grot before? Playing Holiday feels like how I imagine old school Castlevania games feel to play. Like a little bit, like there's an element of like see Hollow Knight. It reminds me quite a bit of, I would say, Symphony of the Night. It's Dutch for Kiev. Today I learned. It's how the fuck was I meant to get there? No, sorry, what the fuck? So, to some extent, it's like, oh, this is weird. This whole area is weird. So to some extent, it's very like Symphony of the Night. I can't get up there. You keep landing me in ways that I can't necessarily. If you fucking fall once, you're fucked in this. Jesus. Well, this is a painful fucking. What do you mean? My guy, hi. Please explain in great detail. In great detail, explain how it's meant to be done. You spawned me in a place that. Fucking hate this already. Hell yeah, looking like a cave. I look like I'm living in a cave. Is kind of what I was going for. Like some sort of awful, disheveled mess. Hi, my guy. Sincerely, John. Okay, no, seriously, the double jump did not fucking... You literally started me on the opposite side of that. Hi. Okay, seriously, when it respawns me, it kind of starts me in a bullshit area. My guy, hi, please, sincerely explain how I'm meant to do this. Well, fuck this area. I'm just returning to the fucking... I'm getting out of here. This is pissing me off. It's like, congratulations. I don't want to do this area now. Thank you for the quote, by the way, Arl. It'd be a very nice cave. Well, I appreciate that, sweetheart. Very handsome cave. These are all very kind, but I don't think I agree. Okay, seriously? Like... Okay, can we not? We're definitely getting toward the end of this game because this game is starting to push my buttons a little bit. Let me in there. You better give me some fucking health. What hit me? What the fuck hit me? I am not... There's no one in here. Oh my god, the fucking sniper. Get out of there. Fucking guy, what can you do? Forget about... Oh my god, this fucking guy's back, chat. Oh god, there's a fucking whole cannon there. Guy Fox gives no fox. I'm walking. Oh my god, I'm walking here. I don't have the health for that. Please give me some health. Please don't use bullshit blue purple thing. Oh my god, now you've got armor. This fucking guy needs more cowbell. Oh my god. More shops. What industry do you expect me to buy into? The bullshit one? I'll take medic. I don't know what I can do, what I can mix that with, but we'll check. Let's see. I guess this is... So passive is... that's not bad. What's that? No. I'm gonna move away from vampire and just go to that because I think the vampire one is affecting me because I'm maybe not getting the health orbs, which probably are more beneficial, honestly. In Hollow Knight playthrough, I've gotten to a boss that requires me to fight 3 very agile characters each phase, and it's doing me in. Yeah, that sounds like... You know what that actually sounds very akin to? Not even so much Castlevania, but like... This fucking guy. Very akin to Mega Man, honestly. Like, that was very much like a Mega Man style like thing with its boss fights where it was like stupidly taxing. I got a favor, hashtag more cowbell. Buy dojo coin. I will buy dojo coin. I thought you were gonna say Doja Cat. I was like, I can buy Doja Cat? Execute this bitch here, this bitch here. I was trying to jump, you slut. Get rid of that guy. Yeah, if I remember correctly, there's a gun right there, actually. Bitch, think I forgot about you? My god, it's Metal Gear. It's not, it's Shinobi. Are you on the hype train? I don't feel like I'm hyped up, but I could get hyped up. Someone quickly, expose me to something indecent, then I can get hyped. That's how this works. Hey, Dean, hope you keep well, because I'm telling you, looking well. I hate those flying dudes, though. Wait. I don't even from the shop, do it. Take it back to this shop. Oh, I hate the purple, because those are, like, undodgeable. Or, like, I can't get iframes, essentially, from those attacks. I was so close to that to get the next fucking checkpoint. This fucking guy. Oh, shit. Okay, Arachne tank. Oh, fuck, I remember. I need to... It's not the hardest tank in the world, but... Is it? He's gonna slam into over there, and then I'm gonna be like, ha ha ha! And then he's gonna be like, sure, nah, and I'm gonna be like, no, Okay, he's gonna go in for the purple, which is one of these, give him one of these, go for one of these, give him that there, give him the old hard your father, smackety bang. Get over that. Oh yeah, there we go, we're back in action, chat. Oh yeah, by the way, this ninja's called Joe. The ninja's literally called Joe. It's fucking hilarious. Joe Masashi. Because, like, every ninja should just be called Joe. Shield after 60 seconds of charge time crits a barrier that can block a single attack. That's not great, but if it's automatic, that's cool. I finished Mafia yesterday, Dean. Why was that snake's voice so good? I didn't think it was that good. My god, it's Metal Gear. I think it's that good. I think it's a bit too... I think it's lacking, if I'm honest. Otacon, quickly. Tell me about your anime. See, it's not that good. Otacon is canonically obsessed with anime. I did not need to do that Nimpo there. When we're going to do the Golem series, so we're meant to be doing it with John Bacon. The problem is that he's a dad, and so arranging those streams together with him is a little bit more of a challenge. I have brought it up to him in a very polite manner the last few weeks, but it's one of those ones just trying to like get that time, and he's aware of it, but just getting that time has been a bit of a challenge because being a new dad and being what is already quite a hectic schedule for him in real life as a game developer, he is finding his time committed to his responsibilities. So it's one of those ones where if I see him over the weekend, because I actually haven't seen him in person in about 2 weeks, even though we don't live that far away from each other, like literally doors away from each other, I will mention to him, see what the plan is, and if he has any updates in that regard. If he can't do it, then that's absolutely cool. I will then jump on it myself and do solo style, but I'm just waiting to see an updated information from him because again, he wanted to be there for it, so I'm trying to give him the, oh god damn it, you explode, I know that for sure. So that's kind of what's been a little bit of the barrier of you look like you could give coffee. I've got a coffee. I'm fucking knackered. I've got a coffee. Right in quickly. I keep going quickly. I don't know why I had to work quickly when I do that voice. Colonel. No, I can't do it. I'm trying to do other than saying, my God, it's Metal Gear. Other than saying that there, I can't really do Snake's voice. I'm not as talented as Mr. David Hayter, who I may have annoyed that one day with. David Hayter is vaguely aware of who I am, and that's enough for me in life. Be like, I loved you on the X-Men screenplay, because he done the X-Men screenplay. Probably a little lesser known fact that David Hayter, voice of Metal Gear Solid Snake, was actually the screenplay writer for some of the X-Men movies. That is a demonic-looking train, chat. Like that train's looking possessed. My God, it's possessed. Now you're gonna make me just do that voice out of nowhere. Actually, you know what? You're not gonna make me do that. No, it's gonna make me do that. Playing fucking Metal Gear, I'm just gonna be constantly going, my God, it's Vulcan. And shit like that. He just touched my balls. Because he's deeply in love with one of his lieutenants, and how he works out that, you know, Naked Snake is actually not who he's portrayed himself to be. Is that he grabs him right on his junk. He's like, I'm a grab my partner's junk with a hyper aggression, and he's like, Vulcan's like, this is not who he says he is, because I would know this man anywhere. And it's like, well, you know, invisible intensive. I was trying to work on a way, Mylan, to try and put invisible into the stream in some mean capacity. Is this canon? Oh yeah, no, it's canon. During the events of Snake Eater, where the fuck? In the events of this game, Colonel Vulcan grabs the testicles of Naked Snake because he's masquerading and has like a visage and a uniform on of one of Vulcan's lieutenants, who is literally like suggested to be his partner or like his sexual dalliance inside of Vulcan's military, and the way he identifies and confirms that it is indeed not the person he thinks is his lover is that he just aggressively grabs his junk. It's damn it, fucking weird. There's multiple instances in Metal Gear where people's fucking junk just gets grabbed. Like the president of the United States at one point grabs Raiden's junk in the middle of the second game. Because of Raiden's androgynous nature, he just pulls a Trump. He literally pulls a Trump, grabs Raiden right by the fucking genitals and goes, wait, you're a dude? And it's just like, huh? So you see a lady, or what you perceive to be as a lady in special ops uniform, and you went and grabbed her junk. Weird. Weird as all hell. I ordered loads of Hot Wheels for the Batmobile cars from China for the same price as the one on. Oh, very cool. Are you big into? Just keep on your toes until I can get something. Is it just because of the Batmobile, or are you big into like Hot Wheels, or hell yeah, Yowie? It's unexpected, Yowie, yeah, but like, you know. Just the Batmobile, that's fair. Gonna put them on the wall, fair enough, fair enough. Chat, seriously, if you like side-scrolling fucking action-adventure games, this game's really fucking good. This game's really fucking good. My God, it's kind of like Metal Gear. Because that is like a Metal Gear. That looks like a fucking Metal Gear. Wild that like that song didn't come out until like, I would say 2019. Like Duran Duran didn't like make the song Invisible to like 2019 or some shit like that. But like the reason why people use it against Metal Gear is because it sounds like eerily similar in like harmonic and sort of like tone to Midge Uri's Man Who Sold the World. And so when people were trying to make Metal Gear memes off the back of memes off the back of Metal Gear Solid, they mistaken Invisible for Midge Uri's fucking Man Who Sold the World, which is like kind of funny in a way. I feel like Legacy of Kain is a franchise that could work well in the tube. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Like it would work really well in that format. I picked up a relic which made me iframe out of that attack, which was more handy than I was expecting. You're telling me there's a metal? You're telling me there's metal in this metal? You're telling me there's metal in this gear? Oh my god, there might be metal in this gear. When I go to play Metal Gear 5 again, if I end up getting bitten by the Metal Gear bug after playing through Snake Eater chat, I might have to play through 5 again, and that's going to be difficult. And let me tell you why that's going to be difficult. Because there's so much licensed music in that fucking game. You're just sitting there and you're like, why can't I hear Aha's Take On Me in the distance? And it's just like Aha's Take On Me is randomly playing in some part of Afghanistan, and you're like, okay. You also ordered some Yu-Gi-Oh shirts? You nerd, playing your Yu-Gi-Oh. Just messing. I'm a big nerd too. Also Kojima-isms. Kojima-isms extreme. I like it's frustrating because that thing just killed me. It's frustrating because like I find the Kojima-isms in Death Stranding annoying for a large part of it, but I find the Kojima-isms in a lot of Metal Gear media less infuriating until you get to 4. Well, once it gets to 4, it's a bit... I feel like Metal Gear 4 is where Kojima started to lose the plot. Although Metal Gear 4 happened in the saddest way possible because Kojima didn't want to make another Metal Gear after Metal Gear 3 and had to make a Metal Gear 4 because of the fact that there was death threats being made because he wanted to step away from the project. Like, fans were so annoyed at the idea of another director taking on Metal Gear after Kojima that they started doing death threats. I can't remember if it was towards Kojima or the new director, but like he only got involved for 4 because he had to. Better time than any to play Aha. That's true. It's true. That was. This is all hand drawn, by the way, chat. This is all hand drawn, which I find this to be even more beautiful for that. There, sending death threats to creatives or actors is never okay. Oh, it's definitely not. It's fucking awful. Like it's genuinely scum of the earth territory to send death threats to folks. Never abide by it. Never would wanna. Go to the desert, please. Only things I remember from Snake Eater is that the box sneaking and the motherfucker that meows. Are you talking about Ocelot? Revolver Ocelot? Look at me, I'm your best #1 fan, Naked Snake Ocelot. Mr. I used pistols until my boyfriend, not my boyfriend because he wants to be his boyfriend, until the person I look up to, Mr. Naked Snake, told me to switch to revolvers because it suits my style better, Ocelot. Mr. I switched to revolvers and found out in battle like an idiot that my revolver only has 6 bullets compared to my traditional pistol I used to use, Ocelot, even though he's the one that loaded the pistol. Yes. Okay. Yeah. For context, Revolver Ocelot calls in.
Might not make it if you don't keep your wits about you, Musashi.
Revolver Ocelot in Metal Gear Solid 3, and it's the only game he does it in. Meows like a cat to call in the rest of the special ops team. I know that sounds insane, but he randomly does a meow and to call in the special ops team, and you're just sitting there like. Are you a little cat boy? Revolver Ocelot, are you a little cat boy? You eat meow meow. Odd game. So yeah, sorry. Sorry if I'm just going ham regarding Metal Gear. I have this whole release of this game has just reignited and reactivated a lot of dormant knowledge I had in that video game series. It lives permanently in my memory.
My friends and I battled against Ruse's army here.
So like, yeah, I don't know why, but like, this whole debacle is activated an amount of Metal Gear knowledge that I forgot I was holding on to for decades.
Until he showed up. The Beastmaster.
I don't even think I was that like, I didn't think I was that big of a Metal Gear fan until I play Metal Gear, and I'm like, oh no, something in my brain clicks, and I'm like, time to regurgitate all of this random nonsense that I've accumulated over like 25 years.
As the rebels were pushed to their absolute limit, Ruse would claim their souls with the death scythe.
I'm sorry that I'm subjecting y'all to
turning swaths of people to stone with just a swing of his scythe. Now we know it was really the power of the Anku that he was abusing. At any rate, the Beastmaster is a terrifying opponent.
I love you too, sweetheart. Also, there's a cut in my nose right here, and it's really, really stinging and annoying me. Like, I don't know how the hell there's a cut right inside my nose canal, but you know, it's been bothering me for like a week and a half now. Because it's right here, and I've had a cold, and I was wiping fucking snot away when I was fucking sneezing. It's been irritated ever since. Little gremlin, fuck you. Sliced by a crooked nail, maybe. It's been doing my tits in now. I hate that those things are just low enough to skip my shuriken. Invisible. Yeah, I'm probably better off not using vampirism because like this. Oh, what the fuck, my guy? So sorry if I go full like insane over the next few weeks over Metal Gear. I guess is what I'm saying politely now. What the fuck was that? Can I warp through that? Well, I skipped it that time. Bitch. I had health though, I got health back there. Oh god. Sand in the form of Red Skull's face. It kind of looked like that, yeah. Like Red Skull just invaded the Shinobi game. Fucking love this game though. Like I'm shocked by how good this game is. Okay, I got it. Like I did not realize how much I was going to enjoy this game. Again, I'm really thankful for the folks at fucking Sega and Guillotine for hooking me up because no, I can't. Okay, I can't teleport through that, I don't think. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. Because those folks hooked me up, I didn't have to pay for this, which was very lovely of them. They didn't have to do that, but they did. It's like Sega was kind of like, yo, son, do you want some of that nostalgia we heard you love? And I'm like, yes. Like, here you go. And I'm like, well, thank you very much. What have we got here? Super kick. That's pretty good, actually. Does a Rising Strike do like? It's pretty good too, but I like this. I don't know why Red Skull's face was there though, but I'm intrigued. Or just one get to that. Okay, maybe not like that. Not sure how I'm meant to get up to there, but maybe there's something over here. Let me see that. How do I do that again? Is it R1? It's R2. It's R2. Ah! The art style is fantastic. I love it. Like oh no! I was doing so well there. It's like fucking all hand done. So it's like it's just fucking pops so well. Studio just went fuck AI. We're gonna hand draw a phenomenal game and animate it beautifully and have it feel fluid as fuck. And I'm like, yes, please, more of this in video games in general, please. Okay, so no. I heard super kick and ran back as quickly as I could. I got a super kick. I'm not sure how to execute it, but I can do a super kick now. Bye, guy. Okay. Okay. Well, that felt mean. Where's it pushing me back to? Here. Of all places! Okay, he gets annihilated by the red skull as well. My dude. Okay, can I not? It's a super kick party. They started doing Being the Elite again, if I remember correctly, right? Like they're back to doing their YouTube show, Being the Elite, which is like weird because they stopped doing that years ago and now they're back doing it again. I'm like, do I need to start watching Being the Elite again? Kenny dancing to Bob when the Bucks are coming out made me so happy. That's the second time, like, in 2 pay-per-views where they've done silly shit like that, which I really like. It's like... They put music on last time they had, like, a big fucking, I think it was Anarchy in the Arena. Can you stop? Consider upgrading your monitors from 21 twos to 127 curved and 127 flat. Curved monitors are funny, like they're good for like head-on display, but like you would have to have your curve directly in front of you and then like your other flat display off to the side. Like you couldn't put like them, you couldn't angle the curve monitor to an angle and have like them both kind of coming at you like that. It would have to be curved one right in front of you and then the other one right here. Like if you try and do it like that, it doesn't work because curved monitors want you to look dead center of the actual monitor. So just be wary of that. It's great. I'm loving the absolute fuckfest the Bucks are in right now. I think it's great seeing them being fucked around like this is so good. Yeah, that's what you'd have to do it, Dean. I've never really been fussed on curved monitors, but like to me, it's one of those things where each their own. Like if it works for you, it works for you. I have like I have a 2K panel in front of me, a Samsung 2K panel in front of me, and then two 1080p panels to every side of me, which works well. I do kind of want two more 2K panels, but like I just can't justify changing the other panels out yet because I don't realistically need the other 2K panels. It's more of a just like a that would be nice rather than a, I really need this. They did say they wanted their old true. You're not wrong. They did say they wanted their old music. So they're only getting what they asked for. I haven't watched this week's Dynamite yet, but I will some point. I usually do get around to like the Dynamite by the weekend, so I've already heard some things about this week's Dynamite that makes me laugh, but I'll see what happens. Forever in. Did I go the wrong way? Oh, I did go the wrong way. So I have to go back this way and then further on. But yeah, I heard some of the... Oh, shit. Well, that kind of gets...
Shinobi, leave alive.
Are you shitting me? Fuck. But yeah. What dimensions are the curve monitor? Was the curve monitor, by the way, Dean? Out of curiosity. Come on. Give me health, I need health. Thank you. God damn, that was tough though. Just because like I felt like I was going to jump constantly into that like red fucking phantom thing. Beastmaster?
Here.
You tell him, Joe Musashi.
I hadn't expected humans to ever bumble their way.
My favorite dog right there.
You have more courage than brains. For that, I will grant you a favor. I'll allow you to choose your death. Would you prefer to be eaten alive, sliced to ribbons, or perhaps skewered whole? Tear him to shreds!
Oh shit, okay. Dude done a lot of shit talking for someone guy's ass kicked that fast.
Musashi. He won't go down that
Oh,
easily.
fair enough. It's your Shadow's first DLC campaign released next month, and it comes out on your birthday. Oh shit! What's the first DLC for Shadows?
We may have weakened
I'm
him,
currently
but we're
getting
not
ads
out of the
for
woods just yet.
men's anti-fatigue moisturizer. Men's anti-fatigue moisturizer. What type of fatigue? Sports fatigue? Stress fatigue? Sexual fatigue? What type of fatigue we're talking here? If it's sexual fatigue, cocaine cream. Oh my goodness, can I get some? If it's sexual fatigue, that's hilarious. They finally know how to advertise to my stream correctly.
Look out!
Okay, well, you should take your own advice, my guy. Okay, well that felt a bit mean. Knockback there was pretty aggressive. It's for when your egg is fat. Oh my god. When my fatigue is fat.
Comes out on top.
I got some fat fatigue here. Okay, no, that's bullshit though. Fuck you, lady. So we're gonna come out from the surface here. I want to see what cocaine cream looks like. / feels like. I know what normal cocaine feels like. But cocaine cream? Color me curious. It doesn't exist, that's a shame. That skull was a bit bullshit there, wasn't it? Cocaine cream unlocks the Undertaker. What a night that was. You know what? If anyone's going to know what cocaine cream looks, feels, or acts like, it's got to be a wrestler. Have you seen I haven't seen Cocaine Bear. It was one of the movies I was meant to watch and never got around to, because I was fascinated with the genuine tale of Cocaine Bear. When like that whole, or a drag queen too, yeah. Like, I was fascinated by the Cocaine Bear tale when I first heard about it, like years ago, pertaining to, you know, the actual event, because like it's based off an actual event, right? The real shame if I was to. God damn it, you. Ah, you bitch. The movie's unhinged. I think it was like Ray Liotta's like last movie, right? Like, I'm near sure that was his. I don't know if I feel bad for him or not, but it was like his last, pretty much like on-screen credit. People don't know who Ray Liotta is. He was like a renowned actor, predominantly well known for his role inside of Goodfellas movie, which is a Italian mafia movie with Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci. Great movie, great movie. I watched some Discord pals and it was a bizarre experience. You know what? I could believe it. I could believe that was definitely, like, as movies go, a fucking bizarre experience, because the very nature of the subject matter is just boogaloo. You have health for me? No? Fuck. That's a shame. I really need some health. There we go, that'll work. But yeah, so I never got around to it. I really would like to get around to it. It's one of those things where it's, usually when I watch movies, it's either of one or two different people, either John Bacon or Hunter. And those experiences when watching movies are very different. Like, for example, me and Hunter are kind of like on a horror kick mostly. So a lot of like, I think the last stuff we watched was like Texas Chainsaw movies, where like the stuff I watched with John Bacon is like an eclectic mix, but I don't think Cocaine Bears ever came up between us yet. Did I go down here for some reason? Okay. Texas Chainsaw, my beloved. A really fun movie, but a sad story, a sad IRL story. Are you talking about Cocaine Bear? Or something else? Okay, these guys are a little bit tough to take care of. Let's see if I can get them separately. Motherfucker. Oh, no, no. Fucker. I was pretty shocked I didn't die there. Yeah, Cocaine Bear. Yeah, like a poor animal didn't know what it was doing and ended up fucking ingesting a bunch of like life-destroying chemicals. Okay, no, but seriously, like I was getting life back as that hit. What an odd quote. I mean, I did say it, but what an odd quote. He's an awkward one to fight, just because of his nature. That John Carpenter game looks oddly fun. I wasn't expecting it to look as kind of fun as it does, but I'm kind of like, I wouldn't mind playing that John Carpenter game now. What the fuck is the ghost thing? Okay, so the ghost can be hit. Okay. I'm not interested in that one. Really? Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I like the weird, chaotic, sort of like over-the-top 80s action movie shooter it looks to be. Like, it looks like just a really chaotic, fun 80s action movie, and I'm like, you know what? Sometimes shit like that there I can get behind. When it's like unapologetically over the top and crazy, I'm like, you know what? That could be cool. Like I have a soft spot for that era of like movies and whatnot and like mentality.
Their piercing eyes make the perfect targets.
I hit this guy. I hit this guy even more though because he does those annoying fucking hits, but he's also fucking able to heal everyone else, so it becomes another nightmare to try and take care of. But I'm getting good with the fucking executions compared to yesterday. I say yesterday, the previous day we played. Huh? How am I meant to get down there in time? That's like fuck all time. Oh my god, it's chat. That was cancer. That made me fuck up the timing. I think. Did it? Or maybe it didn't. What was that? Time was it? Okay, where am I then? You have to let me know what Lost Souls Side's like, though. I did see it in Smith's today, which is like the place I got Metal Gear, and I was like, ooh. Tailgate was telling me about that. I didn't necessarily use the phrase, ooh, but you know, internally I was thinking that. How the fuck did I get back up there, though? No, that's not working. Okay, well, Okay, so I'm gonna wait for that to go again because I'm not really sure where I'm meant to go and that time's gonna run. Got interested in that game because the combat marketing looks crazy. It looked good. I also initially, though, at the time was kind of low-key skeptical about it, and the reason why was because you know when stuff looks too good to be true? Like, it started to ping my bullshit radar just a little bit, and I was like, something looks odd about this. Oh my god, please let me... Okay, maybe I'm not meant to do that, you fucking flying creeps. If they kill me, I'm gonna be furious. Watch the trailer. Sounds like a John Carpenter movie. So yes, he composed the score. Yeah, which is cool, which I do find very cool. Okay.
Welcome, Shinobi. So glad
It looks over the
you
top,
joined
looks stupid in the right ways.
where we are right now.
Is it multiplayer? I can't imagine it being very fun to go first. I think it might be. I would be shocked if it wasn't, just because of how it looks. Like, it looks like a 80s action movie, over the top Left 4 Dead style game, and I was like, this looks kind of fucking banging. Lost Souls aside, looked too good to be true. Like one of those ones where like, ah yeah, random Chinese game that like looks like a lot of what, like, sadly for like the last, like, I would say over the last like 15 years, China's been very good until like Wukong Black Myth came out. They were very good about making games that look just a little too perfect, if you know what I mean. So I was like, oh, are we still in that weird era where they're doing that? And I wasn't sure if that was the case or not. So like my random like concern meter was aggressively in play. No one of those ones where you're like, you're very cool, but can you do the thing where you throw the ball? Oh, fuck you, buddy. fuck you, you...
Attack!
Oh, you did not, like, do that. You did, but, like, I'm kind of annoyed. Fuck you. Have shurikens. What have you given me? This boss looks like he could be a He-Man villain. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, a little bit. L2 to glide down. Oh, okay. Got the glider. Very nice. So yeah, one of those ones where when I saw like Lost Souls inside, I was like, oh, you look like that type of game that has been marketed by like China and other companies saying you have a game divisions for the last 10, 15 years, but when people play it, it doesn't feel or look anything like what it's meant to be. But like they've gotten better about that now. They've stopped lying as much, as essentially is what I'm saying. So it's one of those ones where like I was a little bit skeptical from the beginning with that style of game. Hey Adam, you keep welcome. How you looking well? A piece of a hot Irish meat. Oh my god. They call me Deli Counter Jones over here. Because that was pushing down, so it's like, no, you can't go up here. Okay. Thought every guy in He-Man had his tits out. You know, some of them do, some of them don't. I mean, Skeletor can't because he's kind of rocking the no tits life because he's a skeleton. Or no, wait, he does have a set of tits even though he's a skeleton. It's weird. Actually, forget what I said on that one. That's not good. Great. Decided to take another sabbatical leave from work. How long for? I hope you're okay. Hope everything's okay. Now remains joking with Stephanie about Vince's is frying me. What the fuck? What was he joking about? Like, what was he saying? Not that like he was like a benefactor of Vince as well, so it's always kind of like, eee. You can't say violence. I wasn't kidnapped. I was abducted at the local medical facility. Okay, yeah, those Vinceisms were stupid, though. That's fair. The fact that, like, Stephanie's kind of laughing about them as well is odd. He has no meat to tit. I mean, I thought he didn't, and I remember what Skeletor looks like, and he actually is kind of all meat till he gets to the face. Skeletor's an odd-looking fella. He's, like, all meat except for the face. It's like a Skeletorism. Okay, that didn't go well. It only Skeletor he's just purely on a face level Skeletor. It sounds so stupid to anyone that isn't Vince to be yeah, no, you're not wrong. Like, Vinceisms are the most ridiculous phrasings inside the industry. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so we paid, which would be nice, but I had to repay it over 5 years. So I'd take 20% cut for the next 5 years, which is good. A pay cut's good for you? Yeah, there's not. Yeah, like I remember him explaining, Mila. He said his logic was because it would stop fans from going to the hospital to try and find their favorite wrestler who was recently injured in the storyline, and it's like, who's not thinking local medical facility was the hospital? Like, when I hear local medical facility, I think hospital. Like, Vince, that wasn't stopping anyone if they were going to do that. Like, you know how you could have done that, Vince, without necessarily saying the weird phrase? Just don't say the hospital's name. Just don't say the hospital's name and you're golden, my guy. If you give them the hospital's name, then sure, they would go and check out that specific hospital. But if you just said they went to a hospital, there could be multiple hospitals they could have went to. Or like in reality, like if they wanted to like look on, hey Yuri, hope you keep well because I'm telling you you're looking well. Because like in reality, most wrestling fans know that when they looked up when someone was injured and doing rehabilitation, it was like a hospital in Alabama, if I remember correctly, and that was like common knowledge that was like where their like, you know, normal like rehab hospital for serious injuries is. They're not wrestlers, they're superstars. Yeah, that's another stupid one as well. I would not work for this year and be paid full salary, then they're paid over. I mean, I get that's good for you, Adam, and I'm glad that you're able to do that there. I just thought for a second that you're happy to get a pay cut in general. It's like, that's odd. But I'm glad you're able to give yourself just that little bit of like a time off and a bit of a fucking break. Did I just push this one off? No. But how are you doing, Ari? Hope everything's been all good in your neck of the woods. Wait, it's actually 10% off each paycheck a year instead of 5% high. You know what? 10% is a lot better than fucking 20. It's a title, not a belt. Yeah, because he says a belt holds your pants up, and it's like, Vince, what the fuck? Is there a horse in the wall? Yeah, there's a horse in the wall. I didn't even notice that. There's a horse in the wall. Guess I have to get multiple of those. Oh yeah, I do. And that allows for our... It's literally shaped like a belt and goes around the waist. Yeah. Vince is just a fucking weirdo. Vince was always so bloody strange, though. I feel like a lot of like Vince's fucking instability came from the fact that he never fully processed the fact that he was sexually abused by his mum, or not his mum, but his mother-in-law. Or mother-in-law? Not mother-in-law. My stepmom. Like I am willing to just put this out here that I think Vince, a lot of Vince's peculiar nature comes from a systemic amount of trauma off the back of that. Yeah, he's got trauma he hasn't healed from, and I think that's definitely a lot of it. Like he randomly talked about that trauma once during I want to say it was a Playboy? I want to say it was like it was a Playboy interview. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Oh, fuck you, buddies. Seriously? Okay, but why did I want to be here, though? Okay, these fuckers have ruined my day, so let's get rid of them. Fuck off, fucking Seabiscuit. Oh, those assholes. Yeah, starting to sell. Lost my... Oh shit, okay. I'm sorry, I know that's gonna take an absolute toll in your area. I just hope that... I'm glad to hear you're slightly in a better place now, but I totally understand that, like, that was taking lumps out of you for a while. The weirdest people are the most fun people. He's weird, but he's also not necessarily someone I would call fun at him. He is an individual who is being investigated and trialed by the US government for sex trafficking. So, while I understand the logic of where you're coming from in that standpoint, he sadly falls into the ew section of it all. Not very fun then, yeah. Oh, that kind of weird. No. Yeah, he's that kind of weird, sadly. Even less fun. Yeah, but in a way, at least he isn't in pain anymore, so there's that. But it's sad that no one's teaching me Irish now. I mean, I'm sorry there's no one teaching you Irish now. I remember you saying that you're keen on learning Irish, which is interesting to hear. from the perspective of an Irish person, because I don't know many people who are not necessarily. I know you had your grandfather had a connection because he was, if I remember correctly, Irish. It's always just an interesting and odd thing to hear about someone saying they want to learn Irish when they're not Irish themselves, because our language was essentially fucking hindered and attempted to be destroyed over a period of 800 years by colonial forces. Tried to learn a bit of it. No worries, Tilget, you have a good one, dude. Like, I can feel empathy for what he's gone through and recognize that people can and should have the room to grow and change. Finch, unfortunately, is someone who doesn't really recognize his own wrongs, and he's hurt. Yeah. There's one of those things where you can understand why a person is the way they are, but if their actions are still causing harm, it explains them. It doesn't justify them. That's something that is a phrase that I've had to learn to kind of like get more sort of. That's a phrase I've had to learn to kind of like learn to adjust and kind of shape my logic around. Is that justification is not the same as explanation, and those need to be like separated terms, because sometimes it's very easy for us to kind of mix them together into one singular meaning. Non-specific colonial forces. I mean, it was the Brits. It was the fucking Brits. The Brits were at it at that point. The Brits fucking done it. I was just being linguistically funny, I guess, about it. But that's a problem with linguists. They want to learn. Yeah, I have no problem people learn the language. I have problems with people destroying the language, that's for sure. I remember writing a research paper of the decline of the Welsh language because of the English. Yeah, the English have been pretty barbaric in that fashion. You little fuckers coming at me. The fact that they keep moving forward. I'm trying to hit him. Stop moving away, you bitch. Get wrecked. Sorry, the chat's moved a bit. I just want to catch up with it. If you're a repeat offender, it gets to a point. 100%. Like, even if it wasn't repeat offenses, I would still be like, well, it explains it, but you still did a bad thing, and you need to have the consequences of that bad thing applied to you. Yeah, I finished 2. Young people here are mixing more and more English into it and erasing words with English-fied, if that makes sense, versions of them. That's interesting, because I know that the French are not keen on that as well. I do know that there is just some languages there is no like direct like phrase for those words. Like, for example, email is a key one where like no language had a word for email because it was a 21st century kind of word. I mean, it existed before the 21st century, but it became more popularized in the 21st century, and so there was no real direct like version for the word email. And there's other examples like that as well in a lot of languages where they just adopt the most common word that's used worldwide into it instead of trying to create a word for it specifically. Language will die when one generation don't know enough of it to teach the next generation. That almost happened with Irish. It was the Guild Talks, and basically people in secret keeping the Irish language alive, even when it was outruled by law by British occupational forces. Like society's shifted to, well, if you do a bad thing, that's it. You get no second chance. But some people just really don't feel bad about what they've done. Yeah, 100%. There's some people have no remorse, and like I always believe in the idea of, like serving your time and learning the lessons and stuff and doing what you need to do. But like, you know, there comes a consequence where like there still needs to be an appropriate punishment for a person to learn that lesson. I can't remember the exact name of the concept, but you know what I mean. My sister, my grandma's side were French pirates, so I bet they were dicks too. I mean, it's hard. Depends how you look at the French, right? Really went so hard when I get into Boston announcements. I made twice, once in English and one in Cornish. There's Cornish ones. I didn't know that. I didn't know they had like Cornish announcements or Cornish language revival schemes in Cornwall. French Canadian too. We used a lot of Anglicisms. In France, they use the word email, but in Quebec, we don't. That's interesting. The only Cornish I know from primary school and public transport. Wild. I didn't know there was. I mean, it's cool. I just didn't know there was a Cornish revival movement inside of Cornwall. What is this? Great Serpent Nympho, channel dark energy, snake, these heavy damage, but summoning takes time. What was that a replacement for? Still very, have to try that out. I don't get why that's such a foreign. It's like, sorry, I missed a sentence there. It's like recognize you've done wrong, sit with it, actually apologize, and then actively put in the work to better yourself as a person, and you can better those around you. Like, I don't get why that's such a foreign concept. I don't understand that. Rehabilitation was the word I was looking for. I don't understand why people are like so gung-ho going against rehabilitation. I am in favor of rehabilitation over like, you know, punishments like such as the death penalty and whatnot. I'm not really keen on the death penalty. I think rehabilitation is a better factor, but I don't know what it is. A lot of people just have become much more.
Musashi, do you read me?
People have just become a lot more fucking bitter and fucking incapable of allowing for rehabilitation to happen these days. And I don't know fucking why. I had to tell American friends that French Canadians and people in France don't sound the same when we speak English. I could imagine the accent plays a big factor into that. Also, like, Canadian French versus, like, you know, European French are probably the same way the Spanish is, and, like, you know, South American Spanish are different. Like, there's a lot of crossover because that's where it came from, but there's been evolutions in the language that have strayed from that path. It's possible you have to want it, yeah. The finished email is I can't even begin to start pronouncing that, which means electric mail. That makes sense. Like, I think the Germans do the same thing where they have like a version, but there's like a lot of languages that just don't like try to create a, like Japanese and stuff as well have a few like terms they just borrow from English because like they don't really have a direct word for some modern day inventions or modern day like words. So the sort of linguistics and the lexicon there don't really evolve into separate meanings or separate uses. I guess the language science is based on based. Absolutely, but the internet justice is like, let's find out all the personal details, chase them off the internet and make it so they can't go outside anymore. Like, that's not accountability. Nothing good comes from that. No, it doesn't. How did I do that again? Oh, there's it. Like, do I think that the person in question, if they do something terrible, should be deplatformed? Yes, 100%. Because if they're using their platform for bad things, then yeah, I would say a deplatforming is valid. but it depends on, obviously, you know, it's nuanced in some ways, in the way I take it as in a nuanced fashion. Like, it depends on the activity, the crime, or the thing. Each thing is taken by its own merit and its own severity, and depending on the situation, I have a varying opinion depending on the repercussions of said activity. But that is like a very case-on-case basis thing. Anyone who cares about effectiveness should favor rehabilitation. It gets better results even if anyone can't bring themselves from seeing someone who shoplift as human. It's just better. That's something I don't understand. The people who see people here for not being human for shoplifting is wild to me. But purely on the standpoint, it kind of, when it comes to the shoplifting one, because I know the shoplifting one's gotten a wee bit more aggressive the last few years as well. Like, people's like shock and disgust towards shoplifters like doesn't see the more human element of the need to survive and the inequality and lack of actual like funding for people to be able to eat at night, or like to put like a roof over people's head, their own like heads, or their fucking children's heads. And like, it's odd to me that people have gotten a bit more callous about that one, because like, who the fuck cares about what happens to a big massive conglomeration, a big massive store? It's like, stop being a fucking tout. They literally have insurance for that shit. Let a person fucking like steal a loaf of bread if it's going to fucking feed their family. Don't be that person. You think you saw a shoplifter? No, you fucking didn't. That is the fucking term right there. That is the steer on that one. I always compare French Canadians to Scots. They hate the English, and people from France joke that they can never understand is. Sorry, I don't quite understand the end of the sentence there. Like the word, they hate the English, and people from France joke that they can never understand. Is that cut off? Oh, understand us. Sorry, us. It's interesting that you identify the Scots of all people. That's one I never would have factored in. Language in general is interesting. How I went from grunting to words amazes me. I mean, we're probably one of the most... I don't know if I could say we are the most intelligent species, but like one of the most intelligent species. Okay, that fucked me up there. That's existed in our world. And then try and get over there quickly. There we go. No complaints here. I love linguists. Be it slightly hyperbolic, the label of criminal is by design dehumanizing. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, it's there to try and basically take away any semblance of like your rights and your needs as a person, to try and mark you as lesser, so that the punishment that you endure is not considered to be seen as inhumane. It's pretty damn fucked. Fuck off, Seabiscuit.
You'll regret facing me.
Oh my god, I regret the fucking horses. Not facing you, trust me. You are wee buttons, the fucking horse. Sorry, I'm just having to constantly pause because the chat is having 2 or 3 different conversations at the same time, which is not a problem, but trying to follow it as a dyslexic when I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything becomes more of a challenge. Yeah, Mom always tries to tell me how much the supermarkets are losing shoplifting. She's convinced that it cannot be out of necessity, but has to be greed. And I keep telling her I couldn't give a fuck if people shoplift every way. Well, A, they're not losing that much money because, like, they publish those statistics to demonize shoplifting. You already know this. This is more of a general conversation here, Hunter. So it's not one of those things where I'm trying to, respond directly to you, but like, people need to understand that the statistics released by fucking supermarkets is purely a profit-driven motive to try and make you believe that they're losing tons of money. They're not. They have insurance, right? See if these major fucking corporations notice a drop in the amount of fucking like profits they made based off the spreadsheets and the balances of the projected earnings that they should have got based on the products they bought in wholesale to sell you, they have insurance to get that money back. They literally pay for insurance to ensure that any sort of profit loss is accounted for. They don't lose fucking money. They lose no money. They're just trying to demonize people who are being costed out of the ability to fucking live and costed out of the ability to sustain themselves because they benefit from the inflation created by them to try and drive more profits off of everyday essentials. It's fucked up. See, if you ever hear a supermarket tell you they're losing money, they're fucking lying to you. They get paid insurance and it's all horseshit. So just a PSA from me there. Petty crimes are inconsequential. It's ridiculous. There's more important things to worry about. 100%. 100%. If they didn't want shoplifters, then they shouldn't have fucking baby powder for 70. But yeah, anything essential should be free. 100% agree. 100% agree. Yeah, you meant baby formula. Yeah, that's all good. I 100% agree and knew what you were talking about. But yeah, like it's all fucking dog shit. It's all dog shit. You ever hear of a supermarket saying they're losing millions? They're not. Their insurance is covering that. They're literally just trying to essentially create a further demonization off of fucking horse. A further demonization of folks who are struggling to pay the prices set by supermarkets who set those prices in an exorbitant manner to continually profiteer off of inflation that they directly have influenced and caused and create to sustain and increase their profit margins. When they tell you that there's nothing they can do and they've raised something due to fucking inflation, no. They created that inflation. They are the ones driving inflation. They are making billions in profit. They don't have to sell you their items to the cost that they are. They're selling it to you because it makes them more money. They could afford to drop their prices across the board by 20% and would still make billions. It's greed on their part, and they're using their greed to demonize the basically lower and poor working classes who can't afford their fucking stupid fucking inflated prices. It's all horseshit. I'm very passionate about this shit. It fucking infuriates me. I used to work security at a store, and even if a worker broke something, like a bunch of tomatoes fall on the floor and got destroyed, they were just like, yeah, because it doesn't matter. It didn't matter. Little crimes against humanity are happening before our eyes, and people are worried about the poor people who are just trying to live. Yeah. It's just it's social and classism. It's social bullshit and classism in effect. To be honest, I wouldn't even give a shit if someone stole sun cream, like a bag of that shit. Like, why should we have to pay more money to lower our chances of getting skin cancer? 100%. We shouldn't have to. 100%. We shouldn't have to. To be honest, I don't give a fuck about someone shops with entirely unnecessary items. Yeah, no. Nor should you. Nor should anyone. It's unnecessary to care about that stuff. Again, they're realistically not losing that much money off of it because, again, their insurance covers the cost of that item. I have to rant about something. It's not that we're talking about, but still, I'm helping my sister with her rent because her fucking landlord upped her rent by 4%. Landlords need abolished. Landlords need abolished. Landlords are a cancer. Landlords are a cancer to society. There is literally no need for landlords. Landlords is literally just a cancer. They're just leeches upon society. They've turned what should be an essential commodity as a home into a profit-making scheme. It is dog shit. It should be abolished. Landlords should be abolished. They are unnecessary. They're unnecessary, greedy people. Landlord's not a profession, and never let a landlord try and tell you that that's their profession. It's not a profession. Withholding required and an essential part of life, an essential thing like shelter, is not a fucking profession. That is greed. That is literally greed. Fucking abolish landlords. Small business is a little different, but big changes, whatever. Yeah, small business is a little bit different, 100%. but like major like actual like fucking businesses like Walmart and the likes, no, free reign, steal all their shit. I don't care. Not me thinking about becoming a landlord and have to move. Thinking about becoming a landlord and moving away from Helsinki. I mean, I would advise or suggest, I mean, you can do what you want in your life, but like I would always advise people to never become landlords, because all you're doing is feeding into the economic destruction of the housing market and taking away necessary, like life-giving, life-sustaining like products and profiteering off of it, which in itself is actually causing house markets to be fucking destroyed and not allowing for first-time buyers to get on property markets to actually be able to own their own property, not to own one to rent, just to live in, because the actual sustainability of house ownership becomes degraded by the lack of available housing, because landlords buy up available houses that they don't intend to occupy and use as a per profit motive to sustain a lifestyle. It is a completely unethical way to sustain yourself. It is a completely unethical way to make money. It is a disgusting practice. Necessity is a necessity no matter what, but you know, nuance. Don't even get me started on Airbnbs. I have so much feelings about them. I am not keen on Airbnbs either. I'm not overly keen on them either. How am I getting across there? My brother has an Airbnb and I'm not keen on it. Being a landlord is genuinely unethical. No matter how good of a landlord someone is, you're making profit. It's unethical. Yeah, 100%. There's no ethical way to be a landlord. Because the reality is that you are holding on to a resource that is a necessity for people to live, and by holding on to said resource and not using it as the intended purpose to live in yourself, you are then restricting the market availability of that property and that land for a different individual to be able to find a home at a reasonable price and a sustainable price for themselves. It is a wholeheartedly unethical way to make money, and only adds further complications to those trying to buy or get into the house market, making it so that some people, as generations go on, never capable of owning their own home, because the reality is that the actual availability of said homes is unethically made impossible by a lack of available housing. It is a wholeheartedly unethical practice. I wouldn't make a profit. I'd only charge what it takes to pay off the loan until it's gone. But that still provides the problem where, like, even if you are still only making enough money to cover the cost of the property, you are still then basically denying a home on the market to a person who would own it and live in it. Like, you're still contributing to the rising cost of the house market because you're limiting availability of homes. Like, even if we don't talk about the profitability of it, if we just say all landlords were just covering the cost of the actual mortgage that the land is on, you are still negating and limiting the available homes that first-time buyers can buy for themselves, because you're literally taking a limited resource and restricting access to a limited resource that you're not even using. So, like, if you're not making a profit off it, even though you get no money back from it, you are still restricting access to a resource you're not even technically using. And then that leads to, like, house prices exponentially jump up, where a house should maybe only cost like 40 or 50 grand, then jumps to 200 grand, because limited availability of the properties then causes the commodity to increase in price artificially, thus pricing potential first-time owners out of the housing market. One time in Quebec wanted to remove the right of landlords to sublease their apartments, and fucking Minister of Housing said, instead of subletting your apartment, instead invest in real estate. Landlords should have the choice of not letting the sublet because they are losing money. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. There shouldn't be subleasing. There shouldn't be leasing. Like, just abolish landlords. Like, seriously, it is an unethical practice. Even if we don't look at this at the standpoint of profit models, it artificially hinders access to key resources for people. It is just unethical because you are literally limiting a key resource from people who need that key resource. Like, it is just at that point purely unethical, no matter what way you look at it. There is no good ethics in landlord or land ownership when you already own a home. Like, own your own home, of course. I'm never going to say don't own your own home. Everyone should have access to their own home and own their own place. Wherein lies the problem is that landlords restrict the ability and artificially increase the cost and price out people from actually owning their own place by artificially creating an inflation in the market and a lack of availability of homes to then buy. Yeah, owning a home is a luxury now instead of being a necessity, which is insanity. It should never be a luxury. Owning your own place should never be a luxury. I love living in my area of the country where people with money buy up all the properties because beach. Yeah. And no doubt they probably make a fortune off charging folks to, like, stay in those properties, even though they're probably living in London somewhere themselves.
So you made it.
Yeah, and groceries are practically a luxury as well.
Behold the true power of the beast with your own eyes.
But there is no ethical way to be a landlord. There really isn't. I cannot tell anyone how to live. All I can explain is the actions of their choices. And give my opinion on said actions. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck my... Oh, I see. I'm also very aware that my opinions are not necessarily nice to hear, but I never claim to be a nice person, nor do I apologize for my opinions, because I am very passionate about these things, and growing up in a lower class family and understanding the implications and the problems therein lies with that face lower class families, I know full well how these issues affect people in my standing, in my fucking goddamn, in my like my experience. I understand how this deeply affects people that grew up in my class and how detrimental it is. So, like, even though it's not a nice thing to hear sometimes, I ain't apologizing for it. Fuck no. I'll say this shit out loud. I don't give a fuck. This one's a tricky one.
Tear him to shreds!
I don't like this. Oh, fucking hell, this is tricky. This is a tricky one. What time is it, by the way? Oh, I'm gonna need to go do Kara stuff in a wee second here, chat, but I'll catch up with the chat and then I'll go do some Kara stuff. At least high quality food. Like, I can't wrap my brain around how it costs less to buy apples from Italy when there's Finnish apples too that come from way closer in the store. It just comes down to availability. It comes down to essentially the amount of apples that can be produced in Italy versus maybe Finland. So what you're looking at there is essentially rarity and also the production scale. So for example, Italy can produce more apples at a more regular rate because their environment is more conducive for making apples, so they can actually produce apples at a higher quantity, thus reducing the price of the apples, selling you those apples cheaper because the sheer volume in which they can make versus the apples that would be made in Finland is of just a substantially higher quantity, then being able to then down price the actual apples wholesale to sell for less. One good decision in Canada is they made it to allow people outside of Canada to buy. Oh, that's good that people outside of Canada can't buy homes. That's a good thing, at least. Rent shouldn't be so high that you're unable to get to work, and disability payment doesn't even stretch to cover the rent in the essentials. Yeah, 100%. Like, rent right now equates to like near enough 60 to 70% people's paychecks. Like 60% of your paycheck gone before you've bought food, paid for your essential groceries, like got electric, gas, internet in. That's wild. That is insane. That is a fucking crime. I have a lot of teacher friends, and they see firsthand what it does to children. Yeah, 100%. Like lack of access to essential services and facilities and things destroy lower end families. Like rent, gas, electric, running water, food basics, all fucking human rights. Yeah, 100%. They're all human rights, and we should have access to them for free. I'm glad you're saying that I shouldn't have to apologize. I would never going to apologize for the opinion, but it's just one of those things where I'm acknowledging that some people might think that the opinion is quite severe or mean, and I'm like, or unkind. I'm like, I don't care. If you think that's unkind, fucking, kick rocks. More of one of those ones. I'm not directing it at anyone specific. It's more of a, like, I'm aware that some people might find that to be an unkind opinion. If you do, I don't care. Kick rocks. It affects them a lot, especially in schools and deprived neighborhoods. Yeah. And then Trump wanted to cut down on fundings for school meals. Yeah, because he's a fucking glue bag. He's a fucking idiot. I'm very fortunate to come from a family that I do. I wouldn't be homeless if I didn't. Yeah, like, I'm glad that you have those supports. I'm glad you have those support structures. Chat, I'll be back in a few. Don't insult glue bags. Well, here a glue bag is someone who literally huffs glue. I don't know if it's the same over in Canada, but that's someone who literally huffs and gets high off of industrial glue. But anyway, chat, I'm gonna go do care stuff. That means we'll be back in a few minutes to do more ninja action. So we'll catch up then, and I'll speak to you soon. I'll run the ads by my way, so we'll come back uninterrupted hanging out time. Okay, I'll speak to you soon, chat. Not me thinking glue bag meant horse. No. So it's glue bag is like a term for folks who get like, you know, plastic bags. Like, I'm trying to think, do I have any here? Like a, you know, like a normal carrier bag you would out of a, you know, a shop, and like just putting like glue in it and huffing it, you know. I was very worried that I was somehow teaching people to take drugs there, and I was like, I need to be careful in case Twitch fucks me up for that. They might still do, to be fair. But yeah, I am not advocating for the huffing of glue. I'm just explaining what the glue bag means. So yeah, let's get back to hopefully beating this bastard down. It's an acquired glue bags, or an acquired. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, I guess. Glue is good. It keeps your organs in place.
Tear him to shreds.
I can't advocate for that. The platform won't like it if I do that. Oh, come on, my guy. You're literally on the platform I need to be on.
Attack! Crush his bones.
Crush your own bones, you bitch. You big skank. Oh, fuck you, buddy.
Tear him to shreds.
Can you fire out your orb, please, so we can get this orb nonsense done? Okay, I hate the fact that... Okay, well... Okay, that RNG was a bit more difficult. I remember, like, first grade, we used to sniff kids' glue and pretend to be... That's wild. That's wild. Permanently? What? My classmates did the same until the teacher threatened us with detentions and calling our parents. Oh my god. Chat's just enjoying some of that good glue.
Crush his bones.
Crush your own fucking bones, my guy. I might have to lock in, chat. This is proving to be quite a difficult little...
Tear him to shreds.
Fucking Beastmaster here seems to be a bit of a bastard. Oh, fuck's sake, he's got that shield on him again? Like a bitch. Get wrecked. Beat him.
The Beastmaster is finally dead? That's fantastic news. Well done.
Yeah, I got told off for that too. Killed so good. We still have the markers too, but it was too much for the teacher. Don't worry, you got this. I mean, I managed to. Just barely there though. Same, it's not my fault that the pen smelled like marzipan. They smell like marzipan? What?
After far
Thought
too
it was
long.
dumb at the time, but looking back on,
Finally
imagine
move
they didn't
on.
want us to become used to kids
Musashi.
performing the actions, so that if one day the kid did sniff solvent-based substances, they could be ignored. Ah, that is kind of smart. That makes sense. That makes sense, actually. Yeah. Armor breaker? Oh shit. Yeah, I had pants that smell like marzipan. You jelly? Not necessarily jelly. More so just perplexed. I didn't like think that that was a thing.
The memories of this.
Like, I'm not necessarily a big marzipan fan. So, like, I don't have an inherent jealousy in that capacity. The eraser smelled like fruit. Y'all had some interesting, like, supplies. That's all I'm gonna say.
We made it. This is where they turn out the monsters for their army.
They weren't marketed that way, just something you discovered. Oh, I imagine so. I imagine it wasn't like a marketing stunt. It wasn't like, yeah, get really into our pens.
Some memories
They smell like grapefruit. I don't think that was the case. It's just more of a like,
I'll wait for you out here.
interesting. You did have scented pens too, though. That seems like they were asking for danger to happen. That sounds inherently dangerous. I think really scented pens and notepads and stuff are mostly marketed towards children, categorized as girls. That just seems dangerous. It's like, hey, like, let's get you into the habit of sniffing pens. The L one smelled like feet. I hated that one. I was talking to Ronan and my other trans guy made about it. Yeah, that's wild that that's a thing. That they were essentially marketing sniffing pens to kids. That's inherently strange. Kind of, I won't lie, the blueberry one was good. It's caught me off guard, I'll just put it that way. Speaking of feet, the McDonald's cheddar dip sauce smell. Ew! I know not to ever touch that stuff then. Oh fuck me, is that still going? Okay. This dude is kicking my ass! Jesus Christ. I have no intention of trying. I will go off of your insight and I will just take it from there. I don't need no food smelling dip. Because that genuinely sounds disgusting. So I'll just take your word for it. I'll thank you for the insight and stay away. Like I have so many better things to be putting in near my nose and mouth. That's a good question. Does it taste like it smells? Back here again. God damn it. What a wild thing for it to smell and taste like. Or not, we don't know if it tastes like that yet. Tastes like fake cheddar, which it probably is. Yeah, I can't imagine it being real cheddar. Can I just skip to the part where I can fight them?
Don't move!
No, you don't move. Not overly fast on McDonald's, in all honesty. The So like I'll eat it in a bind, but it wouldn't be like a... It wouldn't be a choice I would... Like if I had... Like, it wouldn't be a primary choice, essentially, is what I would say when it comes to food. Like, given the option between the two eateries, I would take a Burger King over McDonald's, but even Burger King still wouldn't be necessarily a primary choice of mine either. I have enough for anything? No, okay. Do I have a... No, okay. I'm trying to think where my go-to eatery would be. Because I'm not overly fussed on KFC either. I think I've gotten really kind of sick of all of the, like, normal, like, fast food places. Like, I'm not fussed on Burger King, not really fussed on McDonald's. KFC is trash to me nowadays as well, for the most part. Like, I'm just not really fussed on a lot of them now to think about it. I ate it was bought for me by a friend. It's not something I seek out. I learned from John Sentry that McDonald's are supporting Israeli genocide of Palestine, which is such a fucking bonus prize. Yeah, they're like giving the IDF free meals and stuff, which is fucking mind-numbing. Like they're like just straight up being like, ah ha ha ha, do you want to fuel that genocide of yours? We'll have a McDonald's. And it's like, McDonald's, you make enough money from so many other facets of this world. You do not need to be fueling the genocide. Where my own food starts to taste boring, I go to McDonald's or by myself. How good my cooking is. That's one way of doing an audit on your own food. Can't eat of it anymore unless I want to go to Poop City. I personally try to put myself in Poop City, but that's because my diet is much more protein heavy these days, and for a while I had a bit of a, and I still probably do, had a bit of a fiber deficit. So I've been trying to increase my fiber to reduce the chance of not being in Poop City. Because, fun fact, you need fiber. The average human being's probably not getting enough fiber in their diet. Like, you're meant to get around like 15 to 20 like grams of fiber in you per day just to be healthy. I know a lot of people are probably not getting that there, including myself. We have a hamburger place here called Hesburger, and it's decent enough. Back in the day, they bought all of the carols. What's a carol? Like as in the song? Like Christmas song? Oh my god. Hit those flying things. Okay, I need to... You can drink psyllium husk for fiber for a very instant increase in fiber. Yeah, psyllium husk good for that there stuff. Psyllium husk very good for that. Other things are very good for it is chia seeds, but you have to choke the seed. Soak, not choke, Jesus. You need to soak the chia seeds. Why are you just choking seeds? You need to soak chia seeds for like about a half an hour before you consume them though, just to be safe. Otherwise they expand in your intestine and cause problems, so you need to let them bad boys soak for a good like half an hour or so, but they're very good as well. Chia seeds. Spinach is a fucking fiber bomb as well. Just eat a handful of spinach and you'd be shocked. No women named Carol. No women named Carol. God got bought up. Oh my god. No, it was a hammer place like McDonald's here, but they were multinational. But apparently, I thought they were multinational. No, they're not multinational. Like that's the first I'm hearing of them. When you said they bought Carol, I was like, I thought you meant like carols, as in like the Christmas carols, like the concept of a Christmas carol. I wasn't overly sure what you meant. Oh, I hate these brain things.
You're ready to die.
Fucker.
Split you in half.
Surely you're all gonna break out of your fucking things, aren't you fuckers? Yeah, called it. I had spinach earlier, so I'm all good then. Yeah, spinach is good for that stuff. I didn't know that. Spinach is one of the only vegetables I reliably stand. Yeah, spinach is great. Spinach is like packed with fiber. Fucking loaded with fiber. Same, I had an apple today, so no doctor's coming to me to say, oh my god. That old fucking chestnut. I'm so glad I eat spinach again. Spinach, sorry, it's fucking, am I meant to be going up here? Sorry, so glad I had spinach again. Spinach and braces was a nightmare. That sounds like a nightmare, although I imagine braces in general for a lot of foods can be just nightmarish to kind of like deal with. Just for the obvious reason of getting in your teeth. Shop upgrade. What upgrade did we get, big lad? Alright. I'm waiting for these fucks to jump out at me, but apparently not. I'll take those. Going without nuts was the worst part. Oh, did they get like caught in the braces as well? I didn't think nuts would be like particularly brace. It can pistachio, my beloved. I've never had a pistachio. When I was changing teeth as a kid, I lost a tooth, but when it been a waffle and the tooth was yeah. I feel I hate going without nuts. Oh my god, Hunter. I saw that joke myself and I was like, did I make the joke? And I was like, nah, you know what? I'll be clean-minded for once. And then Hunter's just in there like, haha, I didn't agree to that. There aren't to be anything too hard. Oh, I guess so it doesn't damage the brace. That makes sense. Just so it's more like, yeah, less destructive to the brace, I guess. That makes sense. So I assume that soup is your best friend. Fuck's sake, Hunter, though. Hunter just living rent-free in my head. What the fuck is that? The fuck are you, my guy? Yeah. You're too good to be true. You're all gonna fucking break out now, aren't yous? Oh, fucking wall versions or roof versions of you fucks. Where are you? Yep, they've all escaped now. Fucker, didn't see you initially there. When I first got my teeth modded, I was super scared to eat anything hard, and then it's been chill for years. But in my defense, I did chip initially and had to get it redone. That makes sense. Oh, fuck you. Didn't even see that. Makes sense. Probably still settling in when initially happened. They were like, you can go for 3 more years of treatment to fully reline your jaw or call it quits here and say good enough. And I was like, give me the nuts. You're like, fuck it. Good enough. I want my nuts back. Gotta be careful because these fucks are everywhere. It's more so the roof fucks. Who or what? Okay, what is hitting me there randomly? Because something's hitting me at random and I don't know what. Like there! Fuck it, I'm done. You're annoying me and I can't see shit. Oh, fuck you, buddy. Okay, that's bullshit. You fucking oh, it's put me right back there again, hasn't it? Hard feeling when it snapped though, not the actual tooth, just the added length. Yeah. Like I can imagine it felt fucking disgusting, like almost like gut-wrenchingly bad. Right, you know what it is? Fuck all y'all. I'm out. Like, done with your shit. Let me the fuck out of here. It's annoying as all hell. Oh, I fucking need that donut. Okay, well, you're gonna be a pain now, so I don't get you. Also, it's like a baby of 19 or something, so I couldn't deal with it. That's fair. Just stepping into your earlier stages of adulthood. Kind of low-key hit this level just because of the lack of sight. What the fuck are you? They offered to add more length to mine after I got my braces off, and I kept trying to push it on me, and I couldn't afford it. Fucking hell, you'd think if they were trying to push it so fucking hard, they would have, like, been paying for it themselves. Like, that's fucking insanity.
Intruder! Intruder!
Moffrey. No, my guy, you should fucking die because you've been really annoying. Ha ha ha! I got the power, go fuck you, bitch. Get wrecked. Yeah, I felt really uncomfy about the whole thing. It's weird that they kept pushing it when they were not wanting to pay for it, because, like, that seems bizarre to me. Like, I get why they did that, because they want to make money, but it's wild that they were being told, I can't afford this. Well, you should still do it, because we want money. It's like, I don't think you understand how this works. Which way am I going? That way, right? They're like, it's not essential, but it would look way better, and increasing clearly wanted me to say yes, which really annoyed me. Yeah, they're just being fucking assholes about it. They were happy to try and, like, put that cost onto you without necessarily fucking factoring if you could afford said cost. Profiteering pieces of shit. It's like I'm not changing where I am on the map. So gauging where I'm meant to go is becoming a bit of a challenge. Yeah, I think this is the wrong way. So I'll go back the way I came. So I think I have to go here? No, I do have to go there, I guess, but like, how the fuck does one get there? 'Cause that door is locked. Came from maybe here? Maybe? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Into the east corridor. Who's fucking, like, looking to throw hands now? Oh, right, okay. It's like a flesh shark. The woman made me uncomfortable in general. She was told I was autistic and started acting really infantile. Oh, for fuck's sake. I really wanted to get the whole thing over with. I could wish I'd say I was shocked, but like, the more and more I hear the commonality of that there. It sadly becomes less of a shock to me. Why isn't it straightforward? It's a curve. Did I come from that? I'm losing track of which direction I'm coming and going from. Did I? I feel like my map is not working anymore. It's just showing me in the same area consistently, despite me advancing to different areas. No, I think I came from there. Okay, so over here. Did I come from here? No you don't. Oh, fuck you, buddy. What the fuck is that? Oh, just straight up a lab key, okay. She was always getting weirdly annoyed at me, and it caused me to go non-verbal because I felt stressed, so someone had to explain why I wasn't talking, and yet... Oh, God. She sounds like a piece of shit. Like, she sounds like a real piece of shit. I'm glad you do not have to fucking deal with that anymore. Because I can't even fucking wrap my head around that. Okay, fucking Grenadier Jones. Oh, fuck you. So I had to deal with that every time I had to go have your bracelets tightened, and as soon as I did, I could get them off. I was like, yes, please. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Like, if that was your experience every time you had to fucking go to get the procedure done, it does not shock me that you're like, yeah, no, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Fuck that. Like, this person's made this whole process that's already kind of a pain in the ass more insufferable. So, let me tap out, I'm done. That and nuts off. Obviously, you need to get nut in you. That's fair. You're like, look, this is an insufferable process. Also, I love nut. You're always looking to get that nut in you. Fair play. I have nothing but respect for folks who are looking just to always get nut in them. It's a hell of a way to live, and I respect it. Me and Joe Musashi think the same. We have high respect for people who just want to get nut. Indeed. That's actually the phrase that I just nut in the god, yeah. That's actually the sound I make when someone nuts inside me. I literally go shin. All right, flesh shark, stop it. Ah, fuck you, buddy. I was just so well dodging those fucking flesh sharks. I might have to try that. Sounds fun. Nutting in a god? Nutting in a god is incredibly fun. 10 out of 10. We'd do it again. In the island, I don't know if I'm saying island, there's a village called Godby. Godby? Or Godby? Like, am I saying that wrong? Stream homework, saying when someone nuts inside you. Watch that shit. You know what? That would be hilarious if that was something people adopted. I would never fucking know unless they told me, but also it'd be hilarious. It's like, John, I remember you saying about, like, I remember you making the lighthearted joke about saying no when being nutted in, so I started doing it. My partner was very confused. I'll get back to. Oh my god. The first one was Godby. It was close. Okay. Godby. Jesus do be my type. Jesus be your type? Oh my god. Kind of a god complex, for fuck's sake. If you do that in your partner, if you do that and your partner's like, what the fuck? I can't be blamed. Like, at that point, that's a conversation you're having with you and your partner. I don't want, you know, I don't want to have to explain that to your partner. That, like, I advised you to do that. Like, you take that on your own stride, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing it because John said I should do it. He says it enhances the experience tenfold. Yes, the West interpretation of Jesus is totally different than what he would have looked like. I feel like the interpretation of Jesus also dramatically changes depending on what country in the West you're from. Like America versus like the rest of Europe, very different. Also, even like some parts of America be very different. Like I imagine like Texas, he's like a yeehaw cowboy man. So, you're into Michelangelo's boyfriend more specifically. I might be thinking of the wrong painter. I think it was Michelangelo, either that or Da Vinci. But I think like Michelangelo might be the right one. I did see the one that was in the Vatican. The painting that was in the Vatican. I can't remember which one that was called though. No, I was trying to attack you, you bitch. I fear I may have run the wrong way. What am I away? Yeah, with a capital F. Oh my god. It's one of the Ninja Turtles. Holy shit. F for fridge. That's the PG-13 meaning of the F. I have enough. Fridge is the new gay. Fridge is the new black. The appliance of the fridge is where I store my chilled goods. And I felt very, very fucking much being like in my head. I was like, I have to say this correctly so it doesn't sound like I'm putting stuff inside them. So I had to add the word appliance in there. I have skipped through so much that it doesn't even matter. It's like, need to be very specific so I'm not making people uncomfortable and not implying I'm putting things inside them when I haven't got consent to do that to them. Oh, that was close, my guy. Oh, fuck, I missed you. Somebody give you that. We fucking... Saying that, I'm beating your ass. They both painted Jesus. Wild. See him? People are putting stuff inside me all the time. Yeah, but I assume that's your partner, right? And medical and trained physicians, right? One of them specifically based on his boyfriend. I remember hearing that, yeah. I remember hearing that one of the Jesus pictures is like based on the anatomy of a boyfriend, yeah. It's exhausting. I'm going to assume the medical practitioner at this point, not your boyfriend, right? Like, I'm trying to take the most charitable and like least intrusive interpretation here. Fuck's sake. Look, all of them have long hair, ergo I bonk Jesus. Wait, your doctor has long hair? And a beard. I'm still assuming it's doctor, right? Like your doctor's a long-haired bearded fella? Oh no, wait, Eerie added the beard part. Oh Jesus. No, but like, beards tickle so nicely on the thighs. I imagine they do. Are you suggesting you're actually fucking Jesus? Like, I am so lost at this point, Fridge. Like, in the politest way I can put it, get whoever you can inside you in the most consensual way possible. Fucking fair play. No judgment there. More so of like I can't tell where the fictitious joke begins and ends. And so I'm trying to not verge into an uncomfortable territory and make anyone uncomfortable with the joke. Things people... Oh, right. So the people that were putting things inside me comment was a personification as a phrase. No, okay, fair enough. My brain was just like, my brain was like struggling with the idiom, even though I'm the one that kind of highlighted the idiom. I think idiom's the right word here. Probably not, actually, now to think about it, because that's just not how idioms work. But no, I was the one that was making the joke, the joking, playful comparison, and then it feels like I myself have then gotten lost in it. It's very fucking strange. You lasered in on that, but now I'm purely expressing an opinion about how Jesus is pretty much universally hot. Huh. I never had that interpretation of Jesus, but I guess to each their own. He looks too much of a bottom for me personally. Oh my god, imagine going to say you topped Jesus though. Fucking hell. A lot of right-wing Christians would not be happy about that, which makes it even better. Looks like the other guy to me, the one who brings his dad along all the time. Wait, what? There's a person bringing his dad to places all the time? I am so confused. Apologies to any Christians, purely hypothetical. I wouldn't worry too much. I can't say we probably harbor that much of a highly, like, Christian sentiment in the stream or in the channel. I have no idea where I'm meant to be going here. Because the map is not necessarily working the way it's intended, so now I'm kind of like, where the fuck is this meant to be going? I am sorry. I'm not sorry. I have zero respect for religion as well, to be fair. I'm coming to eat you. It's like, my guy, no. Eat sword. Is it over here I need to go? East corridor, and then... What about paganism? I'm not really fussed on paganism. Don't have really a strong opinion on paganism for the most part. I think the only, I think one single family guy thing made me laugh was that it was God. He knows what turns you on. And I guess that makes sense. Like if there was a God, it would make sense that he knows what turns you on. I guess, yeah. But he's also his son, so when you screw his son, you're screwing him. But also he's participating in the screwing of his son. Where am I meant to be going here? Oh, this might be the way because there's lasers here trying to kick my ass for no reason. Okay, I've definitely not been here yet. Oh my fucking god. Okay, well I hate this area. Yeah, man. Fuck God, literally. Okay, this is going to be a... I find it hard to adjust to the movement speed. Okay. Was that all of that for that? Are you shitting me right now? Oh, is there did I go forever? No. Oh my fucking god. Okay, cool. Let me the fuck out of here. This is hateful and I want it. I want out. That's fair. Like, he hates religion and paganism falls into the bracket of religion. I hate religion too, it's just I just don't really have a strong feeling towards paganism as much as I do with like Catholicism and other more sort of... My hatred of religion comes from a different place from Hunter, so I don't necessarily have the same strong opinions that he would have on that, which is fair, to each their own. Like my disgust for religion stems from a deeply rooted reasoning in that relates to where I live and the shit that I've seen off the back of it. So I mean, there was... Where am I meant to go? Genuinely have no idea where the fuck I'm meant to be going here. It says I'm there, but I'm clearly not fucking there. Like, the map is broke. Get closer to, like, maybe... So I'm there. I am officially here. Okay, the map is definitely broke because I'm actually here, but it's not saying I'm here. So I might have to get down to there. So maybe I have to go this way and then down. I've never imposed my faith on anyone else, though. I don't care if you don't believe the same thing. That's fair. That's fair. I have to go this way and do I need to do something? I'm very neutral in this, as long as it doesn't hurt others. Leave a banana for all I care, as long as it doesn't show with other people's faces and doesn't hurt anybody. I have a massive confusion. Fuck you, I don't want to be in this area anymore. It's fucking annoying, but clearly I have to be. I inherently don't believe religion is unharmful. I think religion by large extension is inherently just harmful. But like, I've went through the conversation so many times now that it's one of those ones I went through it so many times that I don't really want to go for it right now because I'm trying to concentrate on the game. But like, if pushed on it, I'll definitely give my opinion on it. But I felt like I've given my opinion on it quite a lot in the last year or so. I think the map is just full on broke though. Like, it's telling me I'm in a place that I'm not most of the time. Maybe over here? No, because I... Here I need to go. Okay, it was over here, I think. Because I have... No, because... that makes things even more confusing because this has brought me back here now. Okay, I'm so bloody confused. It seems like it wants me to be here to open something here at some point, but I haven't done the thing in the area that makes it sense to. So I'm not really sure where I'm meant to go, and the map is kind of broke. Because like usually the map will tell you where you are on a map by hitting triangle, like the little symbol of Joe right there should be telling me where I am, but it fucking doesn't. Because I can teleport to any sequence in this area and it's like, and I'm like, well, can I go there? It's like, no. No, you're good. I'm like, well, that's not very helpful, is it? So I'm not really sure where the fuck I'm meant to go from here. Try flash travel here. Respectful to each their own. I'm well aware that I'm a rather intense anti-theist. I have a lot of first-hand interaction with Wicca, New Age, and pagan side of things. That to me, it's still something I see as still not something I see as harmless. Oh, fair. Generally curious about what it's like that has harmed you experienced. I find history very interesting. Religion and history go much hand in hand. Well, yeah, a lot of history is driven by like religious dogma and religious practice and stuff. Like, I mean, a lot of wars were fought off the back of religion. I mean, there's a whole fucking set of crusades that were done off the back of religion. So yeah, you're not wrong. He's so confused. Oh my god, I hate this area. What have I, like, missed out on, though? Like, I've clearly missed something here, and I just don't know what. It's like, here is where it's trying to tell me that I need to be. I know for a fact, because there's the idol. And I don't want to do it as, like, a side thing that I just can't be arsed with at the minute. But there's clearly, like, a section here that I've not necessarily... Is that gonna go down? Guess not. Turn our way in there? Oh yeah, because I've already done that. Okay. And if I go from here... And if I go over here, this brings me out to the other end, right? Yeah, which brings me over to here, which then brings me back to here. With that little area. This is so fucking confusing. Must admit, I don't even interact with many other pagans. My practices are very insular. I just find the nature of the universe fascinating, so there's always some kind of universal force that connects us all for matter. I would want to know if something was doing this fundamentally harm, or is it just I'm not seeing it through? I can't speak to Hunter's experiences because there's not really my experiences to be commenting or like providing that perspective on. I think in some ways and forms there's just a like myself on a personal level when I look at religion, it inherently bases itself around control and also plays upon like people's ignorance as well as kind of in a lot of ways manifests in ways that it preys upon their hope and inherently as practices are very unethical. Like hope is a powerful tool for people to cope and also for being manipulated by, and sadly in my opinion a lot of religious practices and religion as a whole preys upon that hope and tries to provide simple straightforward answers and helps take advantage of folks in a lot of ways. And in a lot of cases is a breeding ground for a lot of folks to then manipulate people. But like again, a lot of my experiences and my feelings towards religion are very much rooted in my country's history and also my observations of what history has done to people and the indignity that I've seen and faced off the back of what people perceive to be as identifying qualifiers based on Protestantism versus Catholicism. It's and once I saw that and found a distaste for that there and how it's divided my country, and then I look at it from a grander scale on the rest of the world, it becomes more and more of a harder thing for me to be complacent in or even to enjoy or like or even to respect, because the reality is that it's just a breeding ground and tool for a lot of bigotry and hatred. And you can always say that, oh, but this gives people a lot of hope and a lot of like comfort and stuff. Yeah, well, that hope is being preyed upon by these people and is being used as a tool in order to cause and manifest in ways that become inherently destructive towards other people for no justification or no reason. Again, I can't speak to the paganism side of things. I'm just talking about the religion as a whole and my feelings toward it. But yeah. Feels like I'm getting somewhere here, because I'm seeing people I haven't seen in a while. Oh, no you don't. No you don't. Big punch. Big punch. Totally agree with you there. I try to analyze stuff as much as I can. Very understanding side. Keep things comfortable. Not wanting to pressure anyone to talk about stuff if they don't want to. That's fair. That's fair. Right here? Oh, see, that's stuck down there as well. See, I'm in a little bit more so that I'd like to get into right now, but at the end of the day, I'm in opposition to the idea that we should adopt beliefs based on no evidence, which is all faith hinges on. A bit more specific to Wiccan paganism. Gentlemen's here for brevity. I've watched people with cancer turn to magic rocks and smelly oils in the hopes that they're being told it would help. When zero signed evidence that does anything good. In my eyes, it's just harm. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Tried to keep it chilly. That's fair. And again, you done it in a way that you're comfortable because you said you didn't want to get into it for personal reasons. So yeah, I respect that. Not trying to be adversarial, just have rather strong opinions on this. Yeah, it's all good. I think everyone's just at this in this situation are just kind of taking perspectives and insights from our people. So it's so far I feel like it's not been adversarial. I'm going to be very fucking adversarial towards this level because I am losing my fucking bap at where the fuck I'm meant to go. But yeah, on a personal level, like, I agree with what Hunter said as well about the lack of evidence as well, and the idea of blind faith hinging upon all of those belief systems, and then basically, you know, fundamentally trying to answer things off the concept of just trust me, bro. I feel it, bro. It's in my, it's just how it is, you know, that shit, you know, well, not just how it is, but like, you know, it's basically taken on a just trust me, bro mentality, which I don't agree with. As well, I find it to be inherently a dangerous concept. But yeah, like, I mean, I guess like, difference in circumstances. Obviously, Hunter has testified to some of his experience, but yeah, some of mine's just rooted in this country. And then when you apply, when you apply what happened in my country, and then you look at the shit that it's happening in Gaza and all right now, like. It's one of those things where I feel it's a hard thing to kind of discuss on a larger level because, you know, there's something to be said about how we see certain religious groups and the persecution of people based off religious identity and stuff as well. And I don't want this to be, you know, misconstrued when I say this here, but like when I look at it as well, the stuff that we see that's happening in other parts of the world. In Gaza and whatnot as well, you could argue there's an element that is then plays into that based off of religion, and how religion is being weaponized in a way that is being used to justify the harm and extinction of a race of people and a state of people. But that also then plays into the dangers and the disgusting ideology that is Zionism. It's not a critique on Judaism; it's a critique of Zionism. But I need to make sure that I make a point of saying that because there are some fuckers out there that equate that all Judaism is Zionism and conflate both to be the same thing when it's fucking not. But yeah, it's just like, you know, I see a lot of the bullshit in the world, and it's all based upon the idea of people's faith and the realities of fuck you, buddy, and what is the right faith and what is the right set of beliefs and what people are entitled to based off of certain faiths and ideologies around those faiths. I find it all to be rather disgusting in that capacity. Like our remedies have extra resource, but the back them sure. But holistic healing be escrows. Well, yeah. Like, I mean, herbal remedies have research to back them up, and you know what we call that now? We call that medicine. That's the difference. The stuff that has any basis in, and is used to actually cure people, is now called medicine. And if it's work, it's medicine, yeah. And then people claim to communicate with people's dead level. I fucking hate that shit. Those spirit mediums, oh my fucking god. Those folks fucking rate me. I can't fucking stand them. My fucking aunt pretends to be one, which I found out like a year or two ago. And I'm just like, oh cool, my aunt is now in the grift. Cool. She's decided she wants to be a special sunflower and talk to the dead now. So I'm just kind of like, cool, never talk to me again. I feel like there's got to be somewhere I've not explored here, because this is all becoming perplexingly frustrating to me. Oh my god, where am I, like, what am I missing here? Like, where the fuck am I meant to go? I'm gonna try over here. I have a family member that does something similar. I'm just sure they didn't charge anything, which makes me hate it slightly less, but I can't say I approve. Oh man, I don't respect anyone in that capacity. But that's a very personal thing. I'm just like, no, that's still fucked up. Like, and again, no one needs to think like I think. This is just me speaking on my own beliefs and on my own feelings about this. But it's like, no, that's disgusting. You're giving people false hope and reassurances that you're able to, like, you know, talk to people that they care about and miss dearly, and that feels inherently abusive in some way. No, thank you. That feels inherently gross to me. Yeah, you're not disagreeing with me. Yeah, no, not at all. Sorry. I heads away right now. Did I not go down here? Was that what it was? No, that didn't benefit me at all. Well, it did benefit me. It just wasn't necessarily the place I need to go. Where the fuck am I meant to go? Was I meant to go down? Is that what it is? I don't know if you ever looked into pantheism? I think that's how I consider myself, maybe more palatable. I don't know if that's referred to as sex to atheism, before which I personally hate, but I do think some people view it as the atheist perspective, even though I wouldn't personally. Can't say I've ever heard of it, personally. I'd need to look into it. Interesting terminology though, sexed up atheism. Like, am I meant to just be here at this point? Because it feels like it should be here now that I need to do the thing, but like... I'm so confused. This feels like where I need to be, but like nothing's working here. It's considered what Einstein believed. Like, what's the core tenets of it? Like, what's the like, what is the model based off of? It's like atheism's just an absence of faith, right? Like, it's not meant to be a belief structure. Like, that's the common, like, that's the common misconception of like atheism. It's not like there's a specifically like rooted like core entity that atheists subscribe to or anything. It's just an absence of faith. A heavy focus on quantum physics fuckery, like on a subatomic level, it's connected to govern it. I feel like that's not necessarily a belief system so much as that's just fucking science. Like, it's weird that they're trying to like label a religion or a belief system around science. Like, that's just science to me. Like, that's odd, because like to me that's just science, because science works off the idea of applicable theory that literally can be replicated and tested. Like, that's just science. And the fact that there's like a version of faith or like a belief structure around that there. What is science if not well, it's not a belief system. Because you don't have to have faith for science to exist. Like, the idea behind science is that it literally is regardless of your belief or not. Like literally, it's just proven fact. It is just, science is not a belief system. It's just provable knowledge. It's just knowledge. Like it doesn't, not to sound like fucking Ben Shapiro here, but fucking science does not give a fuck about your feelings. It's just facts and provable facts for literally a model of hypothesis that is testable and capable of being recreated. And like the idea behind science is science doesn't like conform to to an infallible model. In fact, science openly asks to be proven wrong, because science is all about the idea of discovery. It's all about the idea of learning. It's not like faith systems are faith systems because they're immutable. They're untestable. They're pretty much like, you know, infallible, and science is against the idea of infallibility. Like, a scientist and science theory changes based off of new evidence. Religion doesn't. Like, that's the biggest problem with a lot of people have with faith, is that faith does not adhere to the idea of a tested principle that can be recreated, nor does it play off the concept of the idea of discovery of new knowledge and to be constantly changed and evolving. Where science does. Science begs to be challenged. Science begs to be worked on, to be practiced in a way that is literally provenable, and to embrace change. Religion doesn't do that. Religion does not embrace change. Religion sticks to an immutable fact. I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but the conditions to create the universe are not so specific with the concept of evolution. It's more of that there's a fundamental drive within the universe to exist and survive, keep existing. So to me, that's God. Like, everything else within the neutral world is part of it is God, if that makes sense. I mean, I see how you're perceiving it, but I think you're trying to deify literally just a chemical reaction, you know? And I think that's the difference, is that atheists don't try to deify knowledge, you know? Atheists don't deify anything. And the fact that there's a process there that tries to deify something is where it inherently falls off the cliff for me, because, like, the idea behind knowledge is not necessarily to try and subscribe to an all-knowing, all-encompassing factor. It's more of a, like, we're just trying to learn more, and we're open to change as time happens. It's just science. Like, the fact that we're trying to then deify something there, it's completely against what atheism is, because it then puts faith in something when faith is an untestable model. Like, everything within the natural world is part of and is God, if that makes sense. Yeah, but then why? But that's why I'm pantheist, not an atheist. I think that God is all-knowing or even sentient, just always present. But if it's always present, then how does extinction happen? Right, big up the Church of Cthulhu. Fuck off, RL. No, but if it's always present, then how do you explain extinction? Extinction is by very nature the essence of no longer being present. So by literally extinction, you then talk about the idea of no longer it existing, no longer then being present. Like once the heat death of the universe happens, there is no matter. Like, you're talking about energy, right? But like, the heat death of the universe will destroy all matter. At which point, then the deification and the persistence is gone. Like that's, to me, that verges into paganism again, because it verges into New Age paganism to me, which is just bizarre. Like, atheism doesn't subscribe to belief systems. It doesn't subscribe to the idea of like any sort of like overarching belief system. Like, it's just, thing is chaotic. Life is chaotic and truly random. Like there's no will. There is just essentially what happens. It just is what it is, and the influencing factors around that they're inside that at any given moment. Like there's no plan, there's no structure, there's no omnipresent like force that controls it all. It's just happening. So I wouldn't say that. Based on what you're describing as pantheism, I wouldn't describe that as atheism. I feel like that is still antithetical to atheism. You're understanding it, but you're trying to tie it back to atheism. Well, I'm tying it back to atheism because you said it was considered a sexed up atheism. So that's me calling it kind of like for what it is. But like I wouldn't subscribe to that. Exactly why I dislike people calling it that. Yeah, no, it doesn't even remotely sit into the conduit of atheism. Because it's still applying faith or faith-based structure or deifying stuff that like atheists don't deify anything. So it's antithetical to the concept of atheism. I am so profoundly fed up at this level. Like I don't know where I am meant to go. Like I feel like I've explored the whole feckin' level. And have found nothing. Like, did I destroy that one? I don't know. Oh, that's a shop. That's it. Feels like the only place I haven't been to is there, and I don't know how to get to there. Is that it there? Yeah, I'm gonna try and... Can I not? Okay, maybe it's because I'm here. I need to get somewhere safer before I fast travel. But yeah, like I don't really agree with pantheism. I think it's stupid. But I also don't describe the paganism either. I gotta imagine this is one of the more respectful religious discussions happening on the internet this week. Yeah, 100%. Like, okay, so I have to go up there. Get down here. And then I have to go over here. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I might. Okay, is it down here? Well, I've gotten something down here, so I've not been here yet. The Silent Wasp. Man Joe's wardrobe to give him the new look. Well, that's cool, but like, I need... Oh my god, okay. It must be down here, because I've not been here yet, and it's hell on earth already. This is not where I'm meant to go. I'm going to be so annoyed because, like... Are you serious? Is this not where I'm meant to be? Okay, so I discovered there. I just haven't been whatever's up there, but like, how the fuck do I get up there? I've been over there, I've been over there. This is truly one of the more annoying levels. Can I go to wherever that is? Maybe there's like something I haven't done here. So yeah, this is where I was, right? And over there. And there's like, hey, there's a... I got, but yeah, like, am I subscribing to something harmful that I can't see? What would you be your insight? I don't think there's inherently harm in the way you're seeing the world, but I would be lying to you if I didn't say there was almost a naivete to it. But then again, I also think that a lot of people who like subscribe to religion have an element of naivete to them. I think there's like an element of inside people that want to be able to get answers, and sometimes I think when it comes to people trying to basically explain, it's them trying to get answers because they feel more comfortable at least having an answer, even if it's not the best answer. At least it's an answer. Where I get that sometimes when like atheists, when they try to explain their perspective, it doesn't feel comfortable because it doesn't have a easy answer to the problem, or not even the problem, but the reality. And so it sometimes becomes a little bit off-putting because the idea doesn't necessarily have like a clean thing that people can point at, and that is not an attractive appeal. And so people will subscribe to something just to give themselves the comfort of saying, well, it's something, it's an answer, I can point to it and go, that's what I think it is, and it's there, and that's the answer. So I don't think there's inherently a harm to your perspective there, but I think there's an element of naivete. But again, I apply that to anyone who has any sort of faith in religion. Like, it's that whole thing where, like, religion to some extent is just people's safety blanket, because the idea of dying and literally it all meaning nothing and kind of going back into dust and not having any sort of, there not being like a comfortable afterlife or a comfortable, like, you know, explanation for why everything's happened is uncomfortable, and they need a comfort. And I know saying it's a comfort blanket can be sometimes A, infantilizing, or B, disrespectful, but that's just how I think about things like that there. I think it's just people's comfort blanket to let them feel like it's not all for nothing. And also makes it so that it feels like that or contributions in their life don't feel like they've been wasted, or their life is less wasteful in the grand scheme of things. I think there's just varying degrees in how that affects people, or how much harm there is in the world or being generated off the belief. Like, it's not a one-to-one. Obviously, like, certain things are going to be more harmful than others, you know? Why are they all, like, shadowed now? Notice as well. In the fifth aspect, kind of still, but again, that's pretty far out belief online. Yeah. Our side, atheism could be considered nihilistic because it's certainty that there's no meaning. Depends how you want to apply it. Like, there can be a nihilistic viewpoint from it, but then I know some atheists then take from that perspective like a way to make their life more meaningful, so that they take the positive idea from it, as in they're going to make the life that they have and understand that this is the only life they have more to it and do something with it more and make more of their life, and try and see the positive, the idea of like putting more something into the world and leaving the world in a better place than they find it. It just depends on how you want to approach that look on things. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's not a nihilist. I'd be ignorant to say there's not a nihilistic look or feeling towards atheism, and how atheism can be seen as nihilistic. Yeah, 100%. I don't think atheism implies certainty. Any life can be meaningful. We just have to choose. Nihilism gets a bad rap, but there's no being magical, predetermined. It simply creates freedom. Religion, in a way, is like gambling your life, knowing that you have to something you might hope for after it. An aspect, and after, yeah, 100%. Like committing to a faith because you think you're going to be rewarded with like paradise after your life is, you know, kind of sad. And I could also see a nihilistic viewpoint of that there, like Hunter's saying, like you commit to a concept in the hopes of a reward, and it doesn't actually happen, then that's kind of grim. You can apply a nihilistic belief on anything, really, you know? It's just perspective and how you choose to look at it. I also don't believe in afterlife. I just believe that energy will never be destroyed, as my body will rot in the earth for a good life. That's fair, but, you know, to me, it's just life. I don't think there's a greater deification in that there. I don't think there's a greater... I think what you're saying is true. I just don't think there's necessarily like a omnipresent force behind it all. I think it's just randomness. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, I mean, with that perspective... Oh, here looks way more different. Here looks a lot more fucked up. Does that mean if I go into the lower deck, it's going to be open now? Oh, here we go. Finally. But like the way I kind of look at it, right? Like, I mean, once the Earth dies, like, what? Because like, you know, our planet's going to fucking get our planet is going to destroy at some point, right? Like, all of that stuff's gone. Like, all of that life is gone. All of those plants are gone. All of those animals are gone. Like, it's all gone. So that essentially it's all, you know, it's all done and dusted at that point. I got some shit. It's probably on design, I guess. Like, I mean, so like the almost the deification of that there in itself is unlasting as well, you know. Just so like, I mean, I just don't really subscribe to the deification, I guess, at all. It's like, I don't disagree that there's matter and antimatter. Of course there is. And we're still learning to understand that as well. Like, we're still oh Jesus, we're still learning like how matter and antimatter kind of work, because like even our current understanding of matter and antimatter is like very limited. Like, we're only now realistically with like science really starting to like scratch the surface. Oh, the game is performing like dog shit. What the hell? Hello, what the fuck? We're into like 13 FPS. What the fuck's going on? What the fuck is eating my GPU? Firefox, what are you doing? Something is pinning my GPU to the fucking... Something is pinning my GPU to the fucking... The fuck is using all my VRAM? Technically nothing is using all my VRAM, so why is it suggesting it is? Is the game having a mare? It's weird. Cause I'm getting like 30 FPS here. Not 30, like 13. Like, this is odd to play with this low FPS. Oh, I kind of want to not... And it just happened after I reset the or die from the boss. I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna try and beat these, but it's gonna be hard. And then reset the game. But like, that's so weird. He's a little bit better than I, but like also not. Just to hear it reflected back to me from a perspective that doesn't really deify it, because in my brain it's like, how could you not? But I do get it. It's just one of those ones where, like, obviously perspectives on this stuff changes how we feel and how we think. Why? Okay, this is getting worse, and the worst part is I'm at the very fucking end of the level. I don't want to fucking... I don't want to... I'm down to 5 FPS. I don't want to end the game, but I'm gonna have to because I can't physically play like this. That is insane. Is it still pushing? If I load the game again here, it might put me back, and if it does, I just don't have it in me to play through that level again, because that was painful. Like, if it does, I might just call the game quits, because, like, I just, for the life of me, cannot put myself through that again. That would be... That would legitimately be painful. The worst part is I don't even know where I was. Like... If this has put me right back to the start, I'm done. I can't be doing that. Like, I straight up refuse to do this whole level again.
Don't move! Say your prayers, Shinobi!
Alright, let's see. Yeah, I think it has, because like it's this whole area is like I think the enemies respawn, but I think fuck you, buddy. 'Cause I think all of the stuff is back again. Oh no, don't we do that? And then... Yeah, no, fuck off. Like, you serious? It's like when I go to the world map as well, I think the game just completely fucking bugged out, because when I go to the world map, like, it's showing with a completion rating, but I can't move on to the next one. Oh, fuck that. Well, you know what? Great game. Sadly, not going to continue playing it. Because, that is insane. That is insane. Because, like, that's fucked. I guess the game's bugged. But, you know, I just can't put myself through that again, because that would be torturous. Like, that took me too long to get to where I was, and then for it to go at the very end and just kind of like brick on the FPS, I'm like, no, thank you, I'm good. That's me about done with that. That's about as much as I can take. That's what happened, Rhett. Hey, Rhett, hope you keep well, except you're looking well. I spent the last hour, maybe hour and a half, trying to get through a level, because the level was convoluted and, in all honesty, fucking nightmare just to navigate. And as soon as I get to the boss fight at the end, the game has like a memory leak, and suddenly the performance of the game just drops out. Like, it bottomed out to me in a way that I just couldn't. I just wasn't able to like finish, like, do the fight in a meaningful way, because it was like topping out like 4 FPS in the worst part. And so I'm sitting there kind of like going, well, oh shit, like if I leave it here, it'll reset me back to where I was. And I had no real choice, because like it was just an unplayable place, an unplayable rate. And then when I opened the game again, it's like, if you finish the level, it's like, yeah, but you're not letting me advance to the next level, so what's going on here? And then I open up the level, and it's like, oh, play through the level again. I'm like, no, that's cancer. Go away. I'm not doing that. So I was hoping to finish it today. I'm not gonna. Like, I'm not putting myself through that. Like, that's an unfortunate scenario in which I just cannot push myself through that, because that was just not really. It's just one of those ones where it's just not fun. It was like I was starting to get frustrated by literally the level in the game, and the game decided to just be like, oh yeah, here, by the way, fuck you. And I'm like, alright, cool, well, fuck you too, buddy. I'm done. So guess I'm not finishing the game now. So it's unfortunate it happened, but it did happen. So yeah, just weird. Just really, really weird. So yeah, just a shame, really, more than anything. So yeah, something's not right. There's no way in hell my GPU's only running at 36 degrees on heat. Hardware info. Something's not right here. I think something's up. Because there's just no way in hell that my PC or my GPU's only 36 degrees Celsius. Nah, you're lying. Yeah, no, that is a lie. The GPU is 45 degrees. So my task manager is lying to me as well, which is interesting. Doesn't sound about right at all. I would do MGS time, but like it's so late into the night. And I kind of want to start MGS with, which I'll be doing on Sunday chat. So if you want to hang out with us on Sunday, you will be getting a big dose of the Metal Gears and how solid those gears are. And we'll be doing that on Sunday. So we'll be starting on Sunday. We'll be starting our Virtuous mission, which is the first mission in MGS is called Virtuous Mission. So we'll be getting very virtuous with that mission. on Sunday. So I'm looking very much forward to that, especially considering the absolute amount of annoyance it took for me to try and get this copy. Does Taskmaster give the temperature? Yeah, it does. I'll show you here. I go screen on screen. So if I was to show you here, so if we go up to here, right, Task Manager, all of my tasks running in the background, doodly-doo, right? If we go to performance and then we click on the GPU, it says that the temperature here is 35, right? But if we were to pull up something like hardware info, which is a program that essentially tells you like raw information off the sensors of your hardware, what, like, you know, what the current temperature is. Like, for example, my CPU temperature is like 56 degrees, which is beautiful, you know, beautiful range to be in, honestly. So if I was to go down to my hardware info and I was to go to the, oh shit, now it's normalized, it is 35. So earlier that was 46, there's a discrepancy between the two. Okay, something's up. Maybe hardware info was fucked then. But yeah. So, in theory, you can get a bit of information from your task manager in the process section. For example, you can usually get like also information in here like by what your how fast your CPU's going and stuff, and how many threads and all it's using if you need that stuff. It's actually really handy for memory. And the reason why it's really handy for memory is that sometimes you want to check here for your mega transfers to make sure your overclock is working on your memory. So yeah, Task Manager can give you some of that information. Where you can't get some of that information, or you want more of that information, Hardware Info is a good program. Hardware Info is fantastically programmed. So it's not the game, it's your PC? No, because the game itself is still bugged. Like, it's still registered. Like, the game's still registered at a level completion without giving me the benefits of the level completion. So it's still the game, because it's saying, hey, you've completed the level, but not to give me access to the next level. So your GPU's at 49 degrees? Yeah, 49 degrees is grand. Like, oh, you meant next time? Yeah, next time we'll play some Metal Gear. It was a nightmare for me to get this here because I had to go all across town to get it, and it was a bit of a pain in the ass. But we'll be jumping into this on Sunday, so we'll be getting very Naked Snake. I got the Day 1 edition, which, like, if y'all can see here, gives me this super awesome white tuxedo uniform camouflage. Yeah, we finished Mafia there yesterday, which was kind of grim. So Snake is full on in tuxedo mode. Is that an inverted? Is that invertible? No, it's just a nice inlay. Well, I guess it is invertible. Sometimes I like to flip the covers. I do that for some of my covers. I like to invert them just because I think it looks nicer. So I do that from time to time, which I'm going to do here. So now it's like, ugh, I think that looks better. I feel like that's a better looking cover. It's all the characters. All the characters you can look forward to seeing. Like Vulcan, the boss. I can't remember the name of the lassie. The rest of the fucking squad. Just want to apologize in case I was upset when we made any uncomfortable this evening, by the way. As I worry. Thank you guys for humoring me. You're all lovely. Oh, you didn't offend or annoy me. Like, I can't speak for everyone, but like, I want to reassure you, by no means. Oh, Ocelot's there. Ocelot is right there. Sorry, just trying to aim it at the cameras, but right where my finger is. So Ocelot's right there. But yeah, no, you didn't offend or upset me. Like, I don't mind these discussions when it comes to like religion and shit. It's just one of those things where like I've had the conversation so often now on stream that I know it can be a little bit of a polarizing one for folks. Certified capo. I'm gonna go into just chatting because I don't feel like wrapping up the stream right away, but also saying in this category is misleading. So I'm just gonna change the category. Of course, I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. Don't feel like rapping, just in general. I just don't feel like rapping in general. But yeah, so that's us in. I think that's us in just chatting now. I'll get some relatively inoffensive music in the background as well. Should be fine. It should be a safe space. Just don't be a bigot or something in this opinion. So it's results like Trump and Trump. I agree. The idea we try to cater a space for folks. I always try to like sway away from the concept of a safe space though. And the only reason why, there's two reasons why I never call my place a safe space is that A, I can't guarantee that no shit's gonna go down. Not by like me, but more so like to advertise a safe space and then some jackass come in and make it unsafe immediately would like invalidate that, and I feel like that is a hard thing for me to justify. I get really caught up in semantics of things, which is why I always kind of talk myself out of some things, but I get caught up in the semantics of things. So I always try and sway away from the idea of like safe space because I worry just about that as a nature, as a thing. Also, it's one of those things as well where like when the reason I don't label anything safe space ever is because like not a thing where like you're almost advertising people to come in and ruin something. It's like you title your stream like the anti-racist zone or something like that there, and then people would come in with the pure objective of trying to find a way to say the N-word that your blockers or your like filter system caught. Yeah, it can end up being a weird red flag as well. Yeah. There's a reason why before I kind of settled on my identity inside of LGBT, I always shied away from calling myself ally because I never felt comfortable calling myself something. I always was like, that's not for me to decide. I can't call myself this. That is something that I don't feel comfortable calling myself because that feels inauthentic. This Christian Minecraft stream, damn it. Yeah, anyone calls themselves an ally can be a bit iffy, yeah. Because I've seen some people who call themselves allies and then do the most un-ally shit possible. I don't like labels, but I can see how it helps other people. I mean, labels can certainly help, and I think there is places for labels, and I think people's desire to subscribe and want to identify under a label is important. I just think sometimes the weight and the gravity of a label sometimes needs to be something not in control of the individual, and I think something is with the intention and the requirements of allyship. It shouldn't be something, in my personal opinion, that is easy to subscribe to oneself, because that needs to be, in a weird way, it feels like almost earned in some ways, because you know, I've seen some people who call themselves allies who make places very unsafe for people that they're meant to be allies of, and it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, there's a nuance to the whole discussion, I guess, there as well. No one should be forced to use labels, but they should be respected when people do use them. Yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%. So, just a shame about Shinobi. Game decided that it wanted to absolutely piss itself up the wall there in that last level, which is like a shame, because like I think after that point, I think there's only like 2 levels. But that last level was particularly tiring or particularly frustrating to go through, and as a result also just drained all of my energy and all of my patience, which is unfortunate. Don't know what I am for now, but I really don't think about it, but I can see myself finding something that is perfect. It helps you. It helps. Did I tell you about one of my new students? No. Oh, was this the one you were telling us about? Actually, wait, was this the one you were telling us about that like the student was like on their file says they had like a little or no respect for women? Is that the thing? Because I remember that was something to that degree was mentioned. Yeah. Remember you bring that, and he's like 12. That's wild. It also makes me worry about the household the kids in, just purely from the perspective of like those things can usually be reflections on their environment. They put him in with the most hard-ass Oh, that's one of those ones where to be a fly on the wall, right? So yeah, one of those ones where like I don't want to blame the kid too much. It's how he was raised. That is, yeah, 100%. Like that to me, usually when I see stuff like that, I'm usually very, very like interested in the environment. Then at that point, because at that point it usually does come down to the environment the individual is raised in, more so than anything else, especially at that age as well, because like, you know, those types of intolerances and mindsets and mentalities are usually bred through some sort of interpretation of the environment around the individual, right? Like, it's that whole thing where like no one's inherently born racist. It's usually people who are racist are victims of an environment that justifies and glorifies racism. So, you know, it's one of those situations. And like that's going to be the same when it comes to misogyny, homophobia, any sort of inherent bigotry is always going to be a reflection of an individual's beliefs purely from the standpoint of their nurtured environment. His file says religion is very important to his family, but I don't want to use that as a prejudice because I've had very religious students who are also very open-minded and incredible people. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. It depends then. Like, religion could be important in his family, right? It's one of those things. It could be something that's the cause. It could not be. I think it's one of those things where like it does come to some extent when you look at things like that. It's going to be how the application of the actual thing is, and how that comes to affect the individual. Like, I think you're right. You can't inherently, nor should you inherently say that is definitively the cause, because you're just working off partial information at that point. But if it turned out to be that religion was the cause or was a contributing factor toward the mentality, then it wouldn't be something I would be necessarily surprised about. But it's not something that I would inherently subscribe to as the main cause. Because sadly, even with my hang-ups and distaste for religion personally, I know that their life is just so much more nuanced than that, and that just never that straightforward. It just never is. But I assume he is not your problem then. I assume by what you're telling me, Rhett, is that the student is someone else. I say problem. probably not the right term, but is someone else's responsibility at this point. Oh, he is one of your students? Okay, so like, I assume like when it comes to the hard-ass teacher, that's like their form teacher, right? Is that what they call them over there? Like our main teacher who like we had like a form teacher who like was like basically responsible for our class as like a unit, and we'd like handle Hedron teacher is the French teacher and I'm the English teacher. Okay. Right, because like when I was growing up and in the environment I was in when I was in school, sorry, I'm just doing my bloods by the way. We had a form teacher, and that was basically we had like a form class, which was like the class that everyone in our class was kind of like assigned to based on an academic level that we achieved, and that was kind of like the main grouping, and then we would separate off for other subjects that we chose. So like, for example, I chose like IT and whatnot, and I would have been separated off to others with other students who would pick that subject. But anything that was integral, like maths, English, science, we were all educated as part of our normal form class. Like our form class would have been 6.9 is not bad. Nice. But our form class would be like the main class, the main grouping of ourselves based on the academic level that we had shown inside of school. My form teacher was French, and she would make us do French in form even if we didn't take it as that's wild. That is wild. I didn't have to do a language past, I want to say past third year. So we had to do languages for the first 3 years. So our first 3 years of secondary school, we had to do languages, and my languages were French and Irish. But the Irish teachers, let's just say they weren't necessarily committed to their job that well. Which was hilarious because like we had and the French teachers, I learned a little bit of French, but I've since forgotten it. But the Irish teachers were funny. One of my Irish teachers, I think it was like second year. My Irish teacher in second year was also the vice principal, which was he was funny but also kind of weird. It would make sense that as a French teacher she sees students 8 periods over a period of 9 days. I see them 4 times per 9 periods. Oh, okay. Teaches him Irish, then go on. I'm not here to educate you in Irish. I could teach you some Irish phrases, but I'm not inherently fluent. I just know enough to be dangerous, you know? But French, English, maths, science, and history are all sanctionable subjects, meaning if you fail the main ministry exams for each subject, you cannot get your diploma. That's kind of the same here for like math, English, and science. I never got to level education where you got to choose what you do. I'm sorry, Hunter. I'm sorry. I know that would be frustrating. I know you would probably have enjoyed education forever if you were able to actually pick the subjects you were interested in studying. But yeah, my handle on Irish is limited because I wasn't necessarily fond of languages when I was younger. Because dyslexia, I looked at like, oh, I have to learn more stuff that I already struggle with. No, thank you. So I never put much passion into learning other languages. I took Mandarin Chinese as a choice, and I got a U because I didn't show up to my. Oh Jesus, I'm sorry. But that's ESL for us. Is that what like the diploma is called? An ESL or? I'm also just aware that we're in a break right now, so I'm going to hold off getting back to my story. English is as a second language. Ew. I have no idea when I'm. Let me have a look here. Apparently I'm still on break for another minute, so only the chosen few can probably still hear me right now. Eggs, sex, location. Never mind. It's all good. I think based off of the sub badges I see, I think only Hunter can hear what I'm saying right now. Unless people have got like a specific Twitch add-on that lets them still watch the stream, but I don't think so. Or Turbo, but I haven't seen any Turbo badges. But yeah, I think it's just me and you here, Hunter. I think. I can't be sure. Arner. Welcome back, welcome back. But yeah, my Irish teacher was the vice principal of the school, and he was an interesting man. He was, funny enough, deeply religious. He was a guy called Mr. Ward. I don't think he's still alive. It would be interesting if he was still alive, but I highly doubt it, because he was getting on in age when I was young. You know, when I was like in my early teens, and I'm 37, so I'd be shocked if he's still alive. But he was called Mr. Ward, and he was deeply religious, and so he'd teach you, like, we had like 40-minute classes in, like, you know, the years between, like, for a period it was like a 40-minute period, right? And so it was one of those ones where the Irish classes he would give us would start off in such a way where they would teach us the first 5 or 10 minutes about Irish. And then for the preceding 30 additional minutes, he would then describe the dangers of drugs and how marijuana was a gateway to hell. And that the deeply religious part of him would bleed through and talk about how Jesus would cry upon the altar of God at the sanctity of our own innocence, dying as the needle goes into our veins. It was a very funny but also very bewildering Irish lesson we would get like 3 or 4 times a week. And we're kind of just sitting there going like, okay, didn't learn a lot of Irish here. I learned that Jesus is dying upon the altar of God at the concept of the needle going into my vein, but okay. Fair enough. And, yeah, just wild, you know? I had a maths teacher that spent most of our lessons preaching really radical socialist shit to us. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, making Jesus wet every time I shoot up weed. But yeah, so like my Irish lessons were a bit wild. They're a bit wild, at least. But sure. Yeah, just as slightly. So yeah. My students are always so self-conscious of their accents when speaking English. Those of them who don't speak it well, so every year for my first class I show them a video of someone from Kerry with a very thick accent. Kerry as in like County Kerry in Ireland. I asked them if they can understand it. No, well me either. The accent is not bad, I can understand you. And it helps a lot. Yeah, Kerry folk are... Yeah, when you get that south of the country, it does become a challenge for all people in Ireland to understand a fucking word they're saying. I love my countrymen. But yeah, like... Like, you get that... When you get that far down, it's a fucking challenge. Like, there's no two ways about it. It's fucking difficult. It's like those folks and like folks from fucking Cork are a challenge. It's like it's just the bottom of the island. Incomprehensible. They get less self-conscious, no joke. I can imagine, right? Try showing them some strong Cornish. Strong Cornish as well. I'd probably be a fucking nightmare. I don't know what it is. It's just as soon as you're like, I would say like fucking south of Galway, south of Westmeath, it becomes a challenge. It becomes a fucking challenge. Maybe South of Clare, County Clare, not the individual. It becomes a fucking a challenge understanding those folks. But yeah, the south of the island, wild, lovely people. Like outside of Dublin, weirdly, the only reason I say Dublin's got good Guinness is because it's brewed there for the most part. The best Guinness you'll get is Cork. City of Cork, the best Guinness you'll get on the island. Reason why, even though it's not brewed in Cork, it's because it's bottled there. They bottle and, like, you know, fucking finish it off in Cork. So Cork's got beautiful Guinness. Beautiful Guinness. You know? It's like if you want to learn French and you don't have your accent, I'd show you an accent from Magdalen in Quebec. There's islands in Quebec. Oh fuck. Okay. Wouldn't make me any lessons here about my French, unfortunately. If I'm speaking French, it's to the French, and we all know how they are. Yeah. Let's hear, I'll just pause this a second. Let's hear this.
C'est dans la nature. On peut bien dire qu'il y a du homard, on le sait pas. Personne ne va parler avec un homard. Ça, on peut bien s'imaginer n'importe quoi, mais il n'y a pas un ni l'autre qui est capable de communiquer avec un homard. C'est pas comme une baleine au cou, ils vont mettre un GPS, mais un homard, là, c'est très dur à suivre. Puis il y a bien des biologistes qui comptent n'importe quoi, mais il n'y en a pas un des autres qui a parlé avec un homard. Quand quelqu'un parle avec un homard, là, il va trouver la recette magique.
Paul, toute affaire, t'es toute décalventrée. Ça veut dire se remonter un peu la chemise, là. C'est quelqu'un qui est très décolleté. La maison est toute à la Val-Drague, à l'envers. La maison est à l'envers. Laisse voir le beurre à Windu sur la table. Laissez le beurre sorti.
On est Madelino acadien, québécois.
No, thank you. Jesus Christ. That was a nightmare to me. Trying to understand any of that there, I was like, what the fuck? That was like, it's not that it didn't sound nice. It was just, he's talking about lobsters. It's not that it didn't sound nice. It's just obviously because I've no fucking perspective on the language. I'm sitting there and I'm just like, what? It just reminds me when I was in the Netherlands, and every single time, and I don't know why, but every single time someone talked to me, I just froze, because I was like, I don't speak Dutch. And you helped a lot, Hunter. You helped a lot, but you saw every time someone spoke to me, I was like a deer in headlights. Like every time someone like spoke to me, I was like, I was like, I guess looking Irish doesn't look much different from looking Dutch. They all just assume I'm Dutch. So I can confirm, looking Irish does not make you look any different compared to the Dutch. Everyone just assumed I was Dutch until they knew I wasn't. Why would they assume you're Irish? Massive head. Irish are known for a big head. Like, big fucking face. The Han dialect of Mandarin was how I learned, and the boy you should hear Warren, which was a nightmare to say. Probably said I completely wrong. A kid, is that meant to say a Canadian or Acadian? Well, I didn't know that, and I don't many. That's fair. That's fair. Acadian. Actually, you weren't too bad. Maybe the Irish just have it cracked Warren? Don't know. I just tried to say the word WAN, which is like wide access network, and put an earn at the end, WAN. Sorry, I looked at it. So Acadians are violently deported from Canada, and that's why some of the parts of the US speak French. But some of the it's like Louisiana, I thought they were like a French-speaking quarter. Alright. Why is that so easy for you, Warren? Don't know. Maybe it's the accent. Maybe Northern Irish accents are a bit more. Meanwhile, the Dutch G is hectic. That is one of the genuinely most difficult types of G's to ever pronounce, is that Dutch G. I don't even know how to go about that. Like, I don't even know what I meant to, how I meant to approach that. They speak Cajun French, which is a mispronunciation of Acadian. Oh, okay. Impersonate a cat giving birth. That is how I would, like... That is how I would try to do it, but I would also be painfully aware and painfully worried that I would be being very insulting to Dutch folks. Look at me all trimmed. Oh, I trimmed my beard like... I want to say I trimmed my beard like 2 days ago. No one ever notices when I trim my beard for like days, sometimes weeks. It's wild how like little people notice it. Apologies, I'm a terrible partner. You're all good. You're all good. I'm not a terrible partner. It's just something I've noticed. No one ever like I could shave after seeing like McFarlane, right? I could see McFarlane one day, trim my beard, and see him next day. He wouldn't fucking notice. Stare me right in the face. He wouldn't notice. To be fair, you're up in a small corner. That's true. I can send you a video of Acadian French, but I don't want to bombard you with links. It's all good. It's all good. Do the Chinese you? I dare you. I don't even know how to pronounce that. You? Cishet dudes don't notice shit. No, they really don't. Usually in their own, they're usually in their own world. As a cishet dude, it's often the case. I'm usually in my own world. Let's have a look at this. I'm curious.
Parler puis ils pensent qu'on use juste des mots anglais ici et là, quand ce que randomly ça nous tente.
I don't want to sound offensive, but it's like he's going bing bong boo bee boo, and I was like, what the fuck is bing bong? Why is he speaking like a robot? Let's try it again.
Un liquor store.
That was very English, sir.
Hey, Martin Sony ici avec un autre épisode de comment parler chaque comme il faut. Puis aujourd'hui, je vais vous montrer comment user vos mots anglais aux bonnes places. Parce que le monde nous écoute parler puis il pense qu'on use juste des mots anglais ici et là, quand ce que randomly ça nous tente. However, c'est pas de même ça work. Ça que c'est qu'il y a une heure à faire ça. Comme la phrase j'ai crossé la street, ça c'est pas usé par any Acadien par ici. However, tu vas prendre le crosswalk pour le faire. La première affaire à savoir, c'est quand tu uses un mot anglais comme un verbe, c'est faut que tu mettes un et à la fin. Puis des exemples, ça serait comme
I need to put him on your screen.
cookie. Cleaner. Microwave. Driving.
He did not just said microwave, eh? That is some fucking Nigella Lawson with her microwave shit.
Oui! But use pas ta phone, sinon tu vas peut-être crasher. C'est vrai que chaque, on est beaucoup critiqué parce qu'on use encore des mots anglais ici et là. Mais moi, je trouve ça right on, puis je suis pas sorry on tout about le stuff qu'on fait. C'est ironique, d'où qu'on s'est battu pour avoir le mot arrête sur ce qu'on appelle encore des stop signs.
The interchangeability in which he goes between like French and English is a bit jarring. I can't like speak from any perspective of knowing French language or anything, but just that weird intersection between the two languages and kind of like the fluidity he goes back and forth into it in is weirdly jarring.
Fries, but faut être fier de qui ce qu'on est, faut être fier d'être chaque, puis faut être fier de ce qu'on vient de. Oui! So anyway, je vais vous laisser avec une liste de mots acceptables pour user en anglais que j'ai pas encore dit. Enjoy!
That was odd. That was odd. Oh, now that is French with an American sounding accent. Oh god, it almost sounds like a sim. A little bit, yeah. That's kind of just what being multilingual is. Yeah. I guess it's just like I'm kind of used to it in some ways. Because like when I hear you and Ronan talk, you'll like talk normally in English, and then sometimes you will just go pure Dutch with shit. But I always interpret that as either inside jokes or there's just no good term or good word for the thing you're trying to talk about, so you have to go into Dutch at that point. Where that seems like his language set is based off the idea of the deliberate inclusion and the back and forward jumping between those languages. But that feels like it's more inherently the language is based on the intersection of the two. Well, New Brunswick is the opposite of Quebec. It's an English province with a large French community. Okay. Pizza in Chinese is... I don't even know how to pronounce that. I don't even know how to approach Cantonese. Is that Cantonese? Or Mandarin? That's Mandarin, right? Which is Bisabing. The only thing I know is Bing Chulin, but that's because of John Cena. Pretty much always one of those two, yes. Afrikaans does that a bit with English and Dutch. Yeah, I remember seeing here in Afrikaans, and even that jars me a little bit as well. New Brunswick is interesting because the French community fought hard to keep their French, so obviously they include English. It's said like B-sussing or B-subbing. B-subbing. I dislike hard sounds speaking both of those lines. Literally pizza pie. Ah, B-subbing. Yeah, I find Afrikaans jarring to listen to, or not to listen to, but when people are speaking it, like I'm kind of like, fucking hell, okay. Again, that comes down to the fact that I just don't know Dutch, and also I imagine with the way they interconnect and intersect with those two languages as like a base part, I assume there's almost like their own made up words or their own like, you know, crafted words for certain things as well. For when Quebec or French people speak French, the accent and vocabulary is very similar to Old French, which is like if there was a time capsule. Sometimes I use words that my friends from France say is so old-fashioned from the 17th century. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense, right? Like, as like I think it is like a common thing that like the way the forks of those languages have veered off are based around essentially like the histories of those two countries as the separation happens. Like, I think the same thing happened with like the Mexican form of Spanish. Is like it's got like a, you know, it's the same root language, but there's an interconnected like change in how some of the phrasing works and stuff, and how some of the vocabulary works and stuff based on what when you go to use after they split off from their homelands and like, you know, colonize the other side of the world. It does feel like you get a 50% proficiency in Afrikaans when you know English and Dutch. In understanding, at least not speaking. Yeah, that makes sense. Like you've kind of got like the root foundation for the language at that point, knowing both. We also treat English differently, as you should. France uses way more English words than us. We tend to translate English words literally in French. Right, okay, so we were talking about that earlier, but I don't know if you were there, we were talking while Adam was here, but like the nature of some languages not having good sort of substitutes for like words. Like some languages just refer to email as email, and just adopt the sort of the hard nature of just email. Like Japanese and stuff they'll speak Japanese, but then they'll just say the word email because there's just no real, like the original language doesn't have like a comfortable way to accommodate the new word or the new phrase. If you know Mandarin and you can read Cantonese but you can't speak, that's interesting. The fact that you can read it but you can't speak it if you just know the other subset. Quebec does that, and sometimes it makes so sense. Quebec translates everything. From an outside perspective, and this is purely an outside perspective because I don't speak French, that sounds so extra. Like, that sounds like a lot more effort than it needs to be. Other way around, sorry. So if you know Cantonese, you can read Mandarin but not speak it. Did I interpret that correctly? Like with the new information you just said there? Like, am I interpreting that correctly? They want to protect French, and I understand the majority of the country. Is English. That's fair. Like, I get the idea of the idea of the protection of the language, considering I come from a country that is like a long history of its language being outlawed and subjugated to basically become an underground form of communication inside of its own country for the longest while. So I get that. I understand that from like on a very fundamental and very like visceral level. I get that. A lot more effort than it needs to be. The definition of French. Oh god. Wild. Cantonese has like 8 different pronunciations for each word, and Mandarin has 4. I take it those pronunciations are based upon like the applicable meaning or the applicable use, kind of like the way we have like 3 versions of there, and there. Dutch does the email thing, by the way, where it's just email, or does it change email into a different word, do you mean? It's just email, yeah. Which makes sense, because at that point, it like I get that some languages, it's just not, there's just no comfortable translation. or there's no comfortable root word in like the core language that can be done in a way that fits comfortably into modern day vernacular. I've been teaching English for a while, and now I see that English is not an easy language to learn for some people, especially French speakers. Yeah, because like English is just like basically a cobbled together sort of amalgamation of several languages. Like English is, for the most part, just literally a hodgepodge, a melting pot of everyone else's language. Emailing becomes emailin. Oh, okay. So a little bit of a slight change to the spelling, but essentially the vast majority is the same. But to learn French, two hard things to learn is gendered words and pronunciation. Like, why is the chair feminine? Yeah, that's the thing I've never... the email itself is the same. So emails itself is just the same word. It's just as you start to build off of the word, it slightly changes spelling. That makes sense. But yeah, that's something I never understood with like languages, is the gendering nature of languages. I just meant the verb version. Yeah. But yeah, the gendering of words is fucking stupid to me. Like that I do subscribe to the nature of having to gender items as stupid. Like it makes no sense, nor is it in any way like needed. It just seems unnecessary. Like, yeah, like you mentioned, like why is the chair feminine? Like, yeah, like why is the door masculine? Like, yeah, like what the fuck is that about? Why does that become a necessary requirement inside the language? Heteronorms are hard from French English learners. I mean, the pronunciation of record verb, record noun. You put stress on a different syllable. There is no stress in the French. That's interesting. Is there a difference in pronunciation to like... Oh yeah, like record and record, yeah. I was gonna say, is there a pronunciation difference? Yeah, no, I was thinking that there a second. I had to say it out loud. I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm going to record this. Also, can I see that record? Yeah. Record a Black Sabbath record. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I'm seeing it now. Yeah. Produce versus produce. Yeah. Staunchly anti-misgen. I'm staunchly anti-misgendering, but I'm putting the limit at misgendering. The fucking table. Yeah. You could be a fish. It could be a type of instrument. But then you have a you, which is all said slightly differently and has multiple words each attributed to them. That's maddening, but I get it. Cantonese has even more of fucking hell. I think it's just back to me and you again, Hunter. I think we've lost the rest of those folks for another minute and a half. Because sadly the ads have to run because Twitch is ad hungry, which like is annoying, but I also, you know, I get it. They called Mandarin simplified for a reason. I thought it was Cantonese was a simplified version, but that's my misunderstanding. I once asked myself why my students never pronounce the final letters in English words, and then it clicked. You never pronounce the final letters in French. Oh. I did see a last talk about foreigners in China not quite getting their pronunciation emphasis right, and that it's okay because when you're at the grocery store and you ask to fuck her sister, she knows she just wants to. That's incredible. That is genuinely incredible. French is drunk phonetics. Yeah, so much of it is context. Those are apparently very similar. Getting strawberries and fucking someone's sister. That is hilarious. You never know. Maybe they wanted both. They were just very efficient about the actual, you know, declaration. But yeah, I'm understanding. Like, it's all based on context at that point. That makes sense. But yeah, I guess like you were talking about French not finishing words like Renoir? Renault? Like I'm thinking about the car like a Renault. But like the car Renault, the car brand Renault, right? But if you were to read that out in English, it's Renault. Because like when reading English, we'd pronounce the LT at the end. So instead of saying a Renault, we say Renault. Because like the alt is at the end, but technically in French you wouldn't pronounce those last few words or few characters, hence it's Renault, not Renault. So yeah, I get that. Very common for foreigners to ask for sleep because sleep and dumplings are very similar. Can I have some sleep? I would love some sleep. I love teaching commas for my students. Let's eat grandma versus let's eat grandma. Yeah, that's a funny one. That is funny just because of the nature of like the separation of those. Basically the pause that's being given there. Your favorite word is oyasu, pronounced like wazoo. 6 letters, 3 sounds. It's a bird in French. Wow. Okay. Weird. I wouldn't like the way that's pronounced versus how it's spelled. It's so different. The word is bird, I believe. My mom speaks French, so she says French words correctly. Found a childhood diary where she wrote about eating a croissant. Croissant. Don't even know. Like I can't remember. See, now I'm gonna think about it too much. It's like I don't know how I pronounce croissant. But I feel like I'm thinking about it too much now, so I'm not going to give a natural like inflection of how I would normally say croissant. Because I'm hyper thinking and hyper aware of the pronunciation now. Because that's all I'd ever heard and never seen it written. That's not how it's spelled, is it? Is that how it's spelled? That just came to my mind, but the French word for cotton candy in French always make... Okay, now I'm curious. What is the French word for cotton candy? No, I mean, we call it cotton candy. I think. No, but I was spelling it hard. I heard because of a small child. Daddy's beard. Oh god. Yeah, it's Daddy's beard. Yeah, okay, I heard about Barba, Papa literally died. Oh, I remember that. I say I've heard Daddy's beard before, but I couldn't remember it's French or not. Ever since someone pointed out how fucked French people pronounce random English words when they're speaking French, I've stopped giving any sort of a fuck about pronouncing croissant in any particular way. Beard of daddy. So here's the thing, right? Like I remember seeing that similar thing happen where like folks were essentially like we're talking to French people and like French people were going like, oh yeah, like, you know, they should really learn French before they come here so they can speak French properly and blah blah blah. And then the person interviewing them goes like, oh, do you learn the other people's languages before you go to their country? And they went, no, why would I do that? And at that point, the nuclear level of arrogance in that individual made me go, fuck you, I don't care about learning your language now. Like that at that point, you have shown your level of like nuclear arrogance. I now have no guilt about not learning your language if I ever go to your country again, because that level of fucking main character syndrome you showed me there just told me everything. Potato went live? What dirty her? The amount of times I've spoken French to a French person and they replied to me in English. Yeah, that's just assholery. When I went to Universal with my niece, we went to the Harry Potter section and we were talking about wands in French. And someone asked us why we were talking about bread as if there's a bakery. What I told him is that the French word for wand is Is the French word for wand baguette, or are you just being a troll? It is, okay. Today I learned. Kind of taken aback by it, but I learned. Magic baguette. Baguette magic. Well, I hate that, and it's not because it's related to Harry Potter. The magic baguette is hilarious. 1 second, big lad. Let me wield the magic baguette. But yeah, that level of arrogance when I saw that interview of like, why would I learn their language? But demanding our people learn their language when they come, it's like, okay, fuck you. And I wish that was like an isolated thing I saw in a lot of French folks. It's not. Like they're genuine. Like I saw like a statistics saying that the French don't understand why the French language is not the most adopted language in the world after, like, you know, like English is like kind of seen as like the universal language used across like multiple different like countries and stuff, and is used as like a kind of a standardized language when it comes to like the way it is. And the French were like, why is it not French? And it's like, not my fault you were shit at colonizing. Yeah, it's not all French folks, but like, it's more examples of just the arrogance I've seen in that country. I don't know how many American tourists show up to Montreal, but they're taken aback by people who speak French. Or is it like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to interpret that sentence correctly. I feel like I didn't interpret it correctly first time. I don't know how many American tourists show up in Montreal, and they are taken aback because people who speak French are nice. hard to say, like, because like there's a statistic there's like the majority of Americans don't have a passport, which means the majority of Americans have never been out of America. So I don't know where they're getting their perceived nature of like French speakers in general, if you know what I mean. It's hard to say. They do have a reputation of being dicks, and to be fair, the majority of Europe also have a go at the French for being dicks. Like, that is just kind of like the cliche thing, is like, if you ask any European country who the fuck is the biggest dicks in Europe, it's usually the French. Yeah, they're dicks. Like, the Irish will call them dicks, the Brits will call them dicks, the Germans will call them dicks, the Spanish will call them dicks. Me and my mum eat pan de chocolat a lot, and we just shorten it to pano for ease, and nobody knows what the fuck we're on about. It's a lot. I mean, it is a lot of dick. It's one of those ones where, yeah, even the French moved to like, French is like the French from France, or French as in other folks? Oh wow, okay. Is there like it's cheaper people are generally nice, and it's in French? I was going to ask, like, is there like a program for like Montreal or like Quebec, sorry, that like allow French people to move over without like is there like an easy access plan, or like sort of like a citizenship plan for those folks? Because I know some countries, depending on like your background or your origin, there's like fast tracks for like citizenship and stuff. Oh, it's usually for studies, okay. Because like I know there's like depend on certain countries and stuff, there's like there's expedited citizenship plans. For example, the Yanks can become Irish if they have direct ancestry, and when they say direct ancestry, the limit is grandparent. Like if a person has a Irish grandparent, like a person born of the Isle of Ireland that's a grandparent and moved to America at some point, they can apply for Irish citizenship. Like, that is a thing. Some Yanks try their luck, and it doesn't go well for them, because like, oh yeah, my great granda's bloody fucking dog's uncle's Irish, can I get Irish citizenship? No. There's a limit. It's literally grandparent. You have to be able to show direct lineage to a grandparent that bear at the maximum. You know, so like I know there's like fast track plans like that, if you know what I mean. Expedition 33 made my partner stop hating the French. His words. I don't hate the French. I just don't find the arrogance that I see from them particularly nice. I don't like that about some of the arrogance I've seen from them. Other than that, I'm fairly neutral. I've worked with French people, so I worked with a lot of folks with different European backgrounds, because the former company I worked for, Concentrics, I have no problem saying the company now because I don't fucking work for them anymore, for the longest while hired people from multiple backgrounds for language sets. So I've worked with like Danish, Spanish, French, Dutch, German, Norwegian, Swedish, Belgians. Like I worked with a slew of people from different backgrounds, so I'm used to those folks to some extent. Because people who speak French have an easier way in. That's fair, makes sense. I guess people from Maritimes will have an easier way into Ireland because they kept a lot of the culture. I mean, I mean, usually it's usually easy enough to acclimate to Ireland. It's more so that you can get like a direct citizenship / passport if you have just direct ancestry. So, for example, if you're, it has to be a grandparent or a parent. Like if your grandfather or grandmother was from Ireland and they moved over to like wherever, like it doesn't specifically have to be America, I don't think, but it's more so that it just tends to be a lot of Americans apply for it. But it's one of those ones where if you have a direct, if you have direct lineage like that, then the very end of the scope is a grandparent. It can't be uncles, it can't be cousins, it has to be parent or grandparent, and grandparent is the final acceptance point. You can then gain Irish citizenship and passport. Denmark were taking Brits that wanted to stay in EU when Brexit happened, and then I didn't learn about this until way later on. I'm sad. I could have been out of here by now. Did they stop doing that? I mean, if they have ancestry, they've kept a lot of the culture. People from Newfoundland have a greater chance of having grandparents from Ireland. Potentially, but it has to be like direct lineage. Like I get that there's like a culture. I get there's like inherent culture based off of ancestry in general, and an element of like that culture that then seeps into their into modern day lives and whatnot. But like when it comes to the legalities of when it comes to the legal ability to directly assimilate into the citizenship and the passport stuff, by law it's just grandparent is the bare minimum at that point. Yeah, it was only a short while after results for initial vote, I think. Missed the window. Oh, that's a shame. It's a shame. I wonder how that would have worked for a lot of folks. Thankfully, because I have this absolute wee beauty right here. This the wee dirty, the absolute fucking Cadillac of passports. I can just go to Europe as a place, which is nice, which is really nice. It's like, oh, do I want to move to another European country? Well, I guess I will. I would have learned Danish, obviously. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm crying. How dare you rub that? I mean, I sit here with 2 passports. I'm 2 passport Jones, right? Because of where I live, I can claim. I have dual nationality technically. Like I have both nationalities that I can claim. And so yeah. Ugh. This one, shite. This one, absolute wagon. I have to redo my Canadian passport, and I find the new design so ugly. It's so off-center. Is this one off-center? I feel like it's not. Beautiful passport, though. Beautiful passport. I would show you loads of the insides and stuff that I could. I can show you, like, partial bits of the insides, but not a lot. But it's beautiful passport. An absolute wagon of a passport, right? Show us the number. I can't show you the number though. That's the part I can't show you, because the back of it has my date of birth. I didn't know that. But I can't show you. I can't show you the number. Baichi, what about Baichi? Alka Druid and Moonless Inn. Hope you're keeping well, because I'm telling you, you're looking well. But yeah, got that absolute wagon of a passport though. And then I've got the shiny one. It's like, one that lets me free travel to Europe. No fucking problem. No bullshit. If I want to move in any of those countries, they're like, get in here, have a pint. And I'm like, yes, I will. Thank you. I'll buy you one in return. Who's doing rounds? Let's go. Get in, you know? And then there are ones like, well, aren't you shite? And I'm like, I guess so. There one ugly, blue, and useless. That's the thing. Like, I kind of like the. It's weird, right? Like, I like the darker color of the passport. Going to grab a Guinness, be right back. Get a big pint of it in you. I love it. Get me one while you're at it. I was downtown today, trying to get Metal Gear Solid, and I completely forgot to grab a Guinness before I came home. I should have grabbed one when I was in town. I should have grabbed one from Madden's or something, just to kind of like take the annoyance, the edge of the annoyance. Because like, for context, I was going out into the town to get Metal Gear Solid, and nowhere had it. Like Game, fucking Argus, CEX, nowhere had it. Fucking nightmare. I had to go to Smith's to get it. Gotta grab two next time. I gotta grab two next time. 100%. Gotta grab two. But like, you know, beautiful, absolute wagon of a passport. Shiny one right here. Like, I don't mind the color. Like, I kind of prefer like the darker color, but this symbolizes pure beauty, absolute wagon, pure freedom. Let me into your country. I'll buy you a pint. This symbolizes, aren't you a bit shite? You're a bit shite, aren't you? You know, so. But yeah. So I have to get a Guinness when I go back in. The EU one's mid as well. I like my EU one, but that's because I'm Irish. Have a cheeky glass of wine. Why not? Get a wee cheeky glass of wine, yeah. But yeah, I have to grab 2 pints of Guinness next time I'm in town, just to make up for the lack of Guinness got today. Because like again, I was going in to get me some Metal Gear Delta. Again, as I said, CX didn't have it, Game didn't have it, Argus didn't have it. Checked Forbidden Planet on a whim, just in case they do sell games. They don't. I only found out today that HMV have stopped selling games, which is wild to me. Like, what the fuck? Went around the place, couldn't find it, got frustrated, had to go to Smith's. Smith's had it. Smith's had it cheaper than anywhere else. I should have just went to Smith's to begin with. Smith's had it like a $5 cheaper than anywhere else, which is wild. Don't think you've had a Guinness. Guinness is great. No one I know has enjoyed their first pint of Guinness ever, though. Like, it's a bit of a thing that everyone that I've ever ran into that drinks Guinness will tell you that they never enjoyed their first pint. Like, they never enjoyed their first pint, and then it just kind of festers on them like a moss. It just grows over them, and then suddenly they love it. Did you have me a sip of it? Did you? I did have you sip it, I think. Yeah. I think you did take a drink of the one I had over there. Surprisingly, the Guinness in the Netherlands chat was not bad. Not bad, honestly. You tried Zero Guinness? It's hard for me to recommend Guinness to people if they're not in Ireland, because the majority of Guinness I've tried, like, the Netherlands was weirdly the one exception where the Guinness was decent, but like, Guinness I've tried in every other country has been shit. So it's hard for me to recommend it if you're not in Ireland, because like the chances you getting like a good one is limited, and also it's one of those ones where like you're not going to get the best first impression, or you're not likely to get the best first impression. But like the one in the Netherlands was surprisingly good, but I think it comes down to the fact that the Guinness there had been sitting for a while, which like it will make sense for you seconds. Like Guinness doesn't travel, and I've recently, only in the last year or so, found out what that means, where it's like when it travels, it shakes the keg, it unsettles the Guinness, and it takes a month for the Guinness to settle again, so that when it pours well again. So that's why it's referred to as it doesn't travel well. And the Guinness in the Guinness that I had in the pub in the Netherlands was surprisingly nice. The only criticism I would have said was that the actual pipes that it was poured out of needed cleaned, because there was just, you could taste some of the dragon sentiment that was from previous pulled pints was kind of still sitting in the pipes, and how you can taste that there is if there's like an overly heavy amount of like iron. Like Guinness is irony as it is as a drink, but you'll know that like the pipes haven't been cleaned in a while, because there's usually like just a heavier tasting concentration of iron in the pint, which is like not totally off-putting, but it's noticeable. And when you notice it, you're like, okay, that pipe could use cleaned. That could use cleaned out. Yeah, it tastes like blood. Yeah, it genuinely tastes like blood. Like there's a very irony, bloody aftertaste to it. Where like in Ireland, typically Guinness taps are serviced quite well, and usually serviced quite a lot, because the people who maintain and provide you Guinness, the people who are licensing Guinness, usually also have like, I think it maybe is Diageo still, but like they usually have like Guinness engineers come out to like properly maintain the pipes and stuff, and maintain the actual fucking units and stuff, because you're technically licensing. I think you're technically licensing the tap from Guinness. You don't technically own the Guinness tap, from what I heard. So it's like you're licensing the equipment, so they maintain the equipment. I've never gotten blood from a person, but I've only had small amounts. That's fair. If I come to Ireland, shall you be my... I have no problem being a Guinness guide for you. No problem at all. I've had folks from the stream come visit Ireland, and I've always said, if you end up in my fair city, I will guarantee you a pint on me. Like, anyone that is kind enough to come and visit this small little hole in the world, I always try to be a good host. I always try to show them around a little bit, show them some of the sights they can see, and give them some pointers and direction, and I'll always grab a pint with them. Always will make a time for a pint with them. Pint on me. You've done me the courtesy of taking the time and effort to visit me in my small little hole in the world. It would be remiss if I didn't give you the same courtesy and respect, and try and, you know, show you some hospitality in that capacity. So we've had like 4 or 5 people come over and visit, which has been nice. Didn't realize the Irish were vampires, damn. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, we didn't invent vampires, but I mean, we popularized them. Oh, fucking Bram Stoker, probably the lad that popularized them the most, right? He was Irish. Come to Montreal during the winter. It's beautiful. How cold is it during the winter? I have wanted to go to Canada. Like, going to Canada has been a curiosity of mine. Like, I'll treat you to a proper poutine. I want to try poutine. I want to try like proper Canadian poutine. I do love me minus 30 on a bad day. So I would need some pretty good thermal gear then. Try and keep myself warm. Like, I have no problem going into that type of cold. I at one point in my life, I think like in my mid 20s, at one point I was like playing around with the idea of trying to work out how to move to Canada. Like, part of me wanted to move to Canada in my mid 20s. It didn't happen for reasons outside of my control. But a part of me did kind of explore the idea, or wanted to like consider the idea of moving to Canada. Gotta go to that pho place where, oh, Madame Pho is beautiful. There's a few places you can get Madame Pho, or Madame Pho. Madame Pho. I recommend the best place you can go to is the one in Botanic. Is in the Botanic Road. It's the original store, and oh, it is big taste. It is one of those ones where if someone comes overseas who's like, I would like to try that pho place you're on about, it's like, we're going. No second, no need to twist my arm. We're fucking going. We'll get pho'd up, you know what I'm saying? I know they closed one down they had one over by the Ice Bowl, but I think it closed down. It's one of those ones where it got bought over by a bigger company, and they started going a bit gung-ho about expanding it. I'm trying to do this in such a way because Google does like to do a wheel casual round of doxing. I'm trying to not get myself doxed here before I pull anything up on screen. But it's very much committed to the concept of trying to dox me here, which is annoying. But some people are going in their shorts. That's wild. I have friends visiting from Berlin next week. We're going to a place I love. It's a board game pub. Nice food, millions of board games, and at your disposal, both French and English. Ooh, that's cool. That sounds awesome. That sounds lovely. I'm just looking heavily on this here for a second to make sure it doesn't dox me. I don't think it will. I can't see any of my information on screen here. So we'll take the risk. So it's this little place here. This is the one you would want to go to. This is the one that it's like, it's obviously closed in this picture here, but it looks unassuming. Some of the best food I've ever had. Madame Pho. So it's on Botanic. It's on the Botanic Avenue here, which is like just up the road from like the center of town. It's like just down there, and you just go in there. You can't book any tables. It's one of those ones where you will like walk up and there's usually little benches right here, and that you can sit there and they will like they'll seat you when they've got like room. You cannot book, you can't pre-book it at all. You've just got to go and then wait maybe 10-15 minutes and then they'll seat you. Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. Oh my god, now I need to find out if there's any board game pubs near me. That sounds so nice. I think like board game pubs are becoming more and more popular. Way more popular. They only ask you to at least buy a drink every hour minimum, which I find, oh yeah, that is reasonable. Like they're making sure they're sustaining their business. I don't see a problem with that. Like a single drink per hour seems like a reasonable cost. Wasn't one of the best places for most of the time. Oh, 100%. 100%. Only time I can think I could win at chess is if my opponent is intoxicated. You'd probably win against chess. You'd probably win at chess against me because I just don't know how to play chess. Apparently we have a few board game places in Belfast, but I don't think they're pubs necessarily. There may be BYOBs. Like we have a few hobby cafes, but like I don't think they're alcoholic. We used to have one, but I think it closed down. I'm having a quick look here. Yeah, I think it's closed down. We had one for a while, and I don't think it done well. I was in there like a few times. But I think it's closed down. Never dry, which is a crime as an autistic. Are you suggesting because you're autistic you should know how to play chess? Right, folks, it's getting that time where I think I need to wrap it up for the night. So I'm gonna love yous and leave yous, and then if I'm lucky, I'll hopefully see yous on Sunday, getting some Metal Gear. So I'm gonna see yous then. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I had a lot of fun hanging out with you. So I'm gonna love yous and leave yous, and if I'm lucky, I'll hopefully see yous on Sunday for a little bit of Metal Gear action. So have a lovely rest of your night, chat. I'll speak to you soon. Peace.